obviously we take force protection very seriously. It's the Secretary's prime and paramount concern. Nothing to speak with respect to
especially if he is found to be committing.
I think that's part of the accountability.
You said the airspace is still
Obviously,
contested.
determination about
That's right.
You also talked about how on the ground effort that the North is installed by success in the South. I wonder if there's any parallels with that in the area. It's a changing
We
environment.
are one. We are not the only
Are
one.
you seeing some regions in which either the Russians or the Ukrainians are more less dominant in the air?
Yeah, it's dynamic airspace, Matt. It would be foolish for me to try to carve it up
and the
for
vast
you
majority
at
of
2:30 in the afternoon on Friday and say,
outspoken.
one side or the other has more dominance over a particular region because it's contested. That's what contested means. All I can tell you with certainty is that the Ukrainian air forces continue to fly. They still have air and missile defense available to them. They are using them and using them quite effectively. And the way they have marshaled their resources and applied them to the fight in the air has been quite extraordinary. The Russians likewise have a lot of aircraft available to them as well as missiles. They have fired over 500 since the beginning of this invasion. So that's what makes this airspace. That's what makes it so contested. Quite frankly, there's a lot of hardware flying around in that airspace, and it literally changes throughout a given day based on what the Russians are doing and how the Ukrainians are trying to resist what the Russians are doing. And it's because it's so dynamic and so contested that again we felt it was important to have a debate.
Result in this policy.
Barbara asked.
Listening to the Pentagon and
Most of the Ukrainian air capability is still.
press secretary
Outside event, I think
Does it
our
seem like that's a need, or
talk about similar thing. Anything that I pick up
everybody wants to hold
if they already have
presence
those
rings a bell, then
of the Russian leadership.
I focus in.
Everybody supports the efforts that the
I don't want to speak
President
for the
Biden
Ukrainians.
around the world.
What I can tell you is that we are in
put in
direct
place
communication with them
Some calories before everything.
every day about their requirements.
But we are also
And we're doing the
That's
best we can.
apple, applesauce, no water,
Just sell it.
applesauce.
energy.
Yes, it's the packets or whatever, but cinnamon and then honey.
First, Ukraine's embassy in Washington.
Basically, it's like 50% applesauce. What would be good if I used to put chopped apples, but it's time consuming, and you really got to chop them really thin. So it's really good. It's just put dehydrated apples in there. It's better and quicker. Kind of expensive.
I certainly can't verify the numbers that you put up there.
I got a wooden spoon instead of plastic now.
We've seen no such list and no such compilations. I would just say this, and I talked about this I think a couple of days ago.
Good for everything but cereal, but I got a big wooden spoon for cereal, which I occasionally eat. And then I got like
In the state
a little spoon for soup.
in urging over so many weeks for Americans that are in Ukraine.
To the Ukrainian leadership and
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to change my my title.
It is a war zone.
we have rallied the world.
That's number one. Number two,
That's right. Last time I'm paying all these people, whatever, because there's now it gets really detailed. Like there's experts coming in, and I finally see a few of them on like Professor Professor Watts or something like that. He's really good, and so I know those type of people are coming in.
a very
So
acute humanitarian crisis.
it's probably the last one.
Countries that are now
I just like I'm really doing like this, whatever. So
people have fled the country, and that doesn't even count.
it's been my hobby since I was like this big, reading up on Roman legions and siege tactics of like castles and stuff like that. Like I remember in Tom's River East in New Jersey, which is seaside or whatever, right? I read my history books and barely allowed in class. I'd be kicked out as soon as I walk in. I was that guy. You know, that was before the TV shows and everything. And
Tom, I mean,
that was the thing. Like you walk in, spring. Well, one class they allowed me to be in was history. Because I was, I was kind of freakishly smart or whatever. I had my history book, 1,000-page book, and I would just read it, and for the 45 minutes, and then I would put it under my table, under my desk, whatever. You're supposed to carry it around, but I don't like carrying my books, right? And then I pick it up the next day exactly where I left it, like, oh, that's Supreme's book or whatever. And I read it in the 45 minutes, and in like 2-3 months I finish a book, whatever. Like when you're in, like when I went to boarding school, they give you the math book, and then you study on your own. You just go through the book on your own, and the rest of the year, you have off or whatever, right? There's people smarter than me, but I was never focused, whatever. So they put me on that, and then they took me off of it. So it came a game because you game the system. You'd be like, oh, I know it all, whatever, and you just knew what the tests were, and then everybody knew everybody. You know what you just hustled it. But people initially did it. They didn't know how to hustle it, and they had to finish the book, whatever. So, and I can't. And then I took it to the next level. I got the answer book. Well, and that kind of fucked me up because I got expelled from that gift school. Then with Times of the East. But anyway, so in the history book, I read it in the first 3 months, and I would just be, and then I just like, and I'll be reading it where it's like, and the teacher try to, and I ask me questions and I would answer it. And they try to trip me up and all that other stuff because I'm reading another section. I'm like, hold up, I know what that is. And, I'll just look at it, all right, that's what that is. Everybody just always got freaked out. It's like I was some kind of bottleneck person, Indian and shit like that, Native American.
1,500 Russian troops are stationed. Is the Defense Department concerned that this could be?
I'll be sleeping, then always like, oh, I don't want to wake up Supreme, and then I go gently wake me up. Oh, I got this. And answer the questions. So rarely did the teacher ever get me. I don't think ever did,
What exactly? But I'm not going to take the question because I believe that that's probably a better.
Read the book in like 3 months, just in this time in class and everything.
What's available.
But it was, but I think that's when I was more open-minded. Now I'm like I'm more native oriented and everything. Like I was very native oriented then, but I was like, oh, always reach out. It's like the mindset of like, either I argue with everybody or I just don't deal with, people that are not cool with me. I'm just like that. It's like I don't have time for everything.
Yeah, we actually do.
Kind of regret that. But then I was looking like what's happening to Putin, isolated and everything. So I was just like, all right, either I handle it or it handles me. So I gotta always be around positive people. So I was like, therapy. I was like, well, that doesn't work for everybody. That only works for civilized people. People, if you're cool with, they're cool back. If you're not cool with them, they're cool back. You can't deal with them. You know what I'm talking about? It's like I can't deal with that groups of people. Unfortunately, we deal in that society that's so divisive and racist, whatever. So there's population that just can't deal with it because you'll be cool with them. You're just like, all right. So, and to me, that's everybody in the Northeast. I don't know, kind of. That's what I was watching when I was looking at Putin, like isolated and everything like that. I don't want to be like that, but it's either are you and getting all these like, just be like, look, I'm good. I'll deal with these people over here. Because they're trustworthy, they're cool, whatever. But all I get is lies, bullshit, and deception back. It's really dragging me down. I don't want to get involved in it because there lies its confrontation, and I'm going to argue back. That's why I deal with people primarily from the mainland or from the States, or situated communities, like Samoans or Tongans or something.
No changes to speak to that we've noticed in.
With a few like Hawaiians that are on homestead that had a luxury of just having this, a good family ties. Hey, what's up, Tanks? How you doing? I'm just looking at the I have my chat over here. I am just listening to the Pentagon and the Jen Passy, the press secretary. See if I pick up anything before I go on, like in a few minutes. Just getting my videos up. Just a few things. want to get my notes also.
Anticipation is that this will be staff that are
Looking at this Kumsa Sherman.
on his headquarters to really
Do I need this one? I don't need this one.
operational level concerns that need to be expressed.
Because I'm thinking like
One more, and then I'm gonna go.
Ukraine needs to build a coalition of non-NATO states. That's who could fight back. NATO can't do it, so you gotta have non-NATO ones. So you gotta be like the Kumsa Sherman. I mean, the Kumsas, not Sherman, not the general, it's the war general who was named after. That's what I'm doing.
Since the beginning,
Like both.
Russians have fired
One fought.
missiles, various types of
Both
missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, medium-range ballistic missiles, surface-to-air missiles, more than 500 of them. That's about as much detail as I'm going to be able to go into.
Noted that price of fresh oil has declined as price for the UK, the Russian state has I wonder how much this
Which is kind of funny because, like in war, in Civil War, they got like the whole West Point kind of guy, that type of people, and it just went down to the person who actually produced results. I think he did siege of Vicksburg, and then he just kept hammering them down to the Confederacy. But
Can't speak to their intentions. And as
so I'm just gonna eat a little bit. 20 more minutes.
assessment today is that they are still struggling with logistics
I
challenges.
don't know if I want to show the video or whatever, but maybe a little thing of the video.
I've said many times we would expect them to try to overcome.
And I'll have it.
Attempts by them to do that. How successful they've been.
Continue to have a
Again,
range of conversations,
level of specificity.
I'll look for it. Let's see, Caesar.
Okay, thanks everybody. Have a good weekend.
While maximizing the impact.
What was it,
by
Caesar?
taking the range of steps we've already taken, we are mindful of minimizing the impacts on the public, and certainly the rising price of oil and the impact on gas prices.
Battle.
Washington Post today, where John Bolton said that Trump may well have withdrawn from NATO in a second term. We're waiting for that. And I'm wondering if you
I can't even pronounce it.
Well, I think that's
Dirocadium.
Another reason why the American people are.
Let's see.
the majority of the American
DYRR.
Biden has not taken a page out of his
When you get to that part of Europe, a lot of
as it relates to
letters
engagement and global
in
leadership,
sequential.
because certainly we could be in a different place. I mean, there's no question that the strength and unity of NATO has been a powerful force in this moment, and it may take longer time to have the hopeful impact, but that is the strengthening of NATO. We think is unquestionably good for our security here in the United States and for global security.
Jen, you said earlier in the briefing that you'd be providing information about any war crimes being committed by Vladimir Putin. It's long been the position of this administration that the ICC should not get involved in countries where they don't have jurisdiction. You've made that argument about the U.S. You've made that argument about Israel. Do you have a different position when it comes to Russia, and if so, why?
My point is that we would provide
Okay.
any information through our own process that became available to all of the international entities that
Pronounce it.
are looking into
Yeah, right. I'm
exploring.
gonna be able to pronounce that.
No change in your overall view that they should.
Well, we're not a member of the ICC, right? Neither is Russia. They are exploring this. There are other entities. I mentioned the.
No, Ombre. Caesar did manage to level the playing field by
yeah.
having control of all the sources of fresh water in the area.
Finland, can you confirm that Finland is asking the United States
When Sweden and Switzerland is just like, fuck, we need to get involved. Something's up, man. Fuck that. I mean, right now, like if I was Swiss, I'd be sending all my experts of like how they, all their preventive tactics, and it's not only preventive tactics to slow them down because it's such a small country. I would just be sending them over, man. Like,
the NATO alliance.
bro,
We can
that's not NATO, right? So,
field. He moved his army south. Effective his strategy was. Lie in wait to try and the numbers, though low on grain, to charge the Pompeians. In a brilliant display of discipline, placed wattle screens to by a camp on a hilltop, came up with Pompey's position, encircling his enemy and cutting off their supplies.
In the Baltic Sea region.
Full advantage of having a better supply line. Using his navy, he could ship supplies from Dyrrhachium to his camp, whereas Caesar would be forced to live off the land and requisition food from local tribes. Even this would be difficult, as Pompey's forces had
Let's see what's happening with him.
major non-NATO ally, and that is something the U.S. can designate by itself without having to go to NATO. You suggested Pakistan, for example, is a major non-NATO ally. Is that something that we are considering?
I think we're going to let the meeting take place. And
I mean,
then
there are
we'll have more to
resources.
say.
I mean, if you're talking about like Pakistan, India,
On your answer report, Ron, has
me
the president
being
reviewed
Latino, I'm looking like
the current
you should be pulling,
plan agreement?
trying to pull
I
like
understand there are some issues.
Latinos,
some of the IAEA
Mexico, South America,
addressed tomorrow
Brazil.
when, the chief
I mean, think
IAEA
about it.
is in Tehran. But has
You know,
he
like how you have
reviewed
like Hitler blamed the Jews and everything else. Like, we'll unify the
They're
country,
really
right?
briefed on the
Let's blame the
status of
Jews. They did
negotiations,
everything,
But I'm not going to get into more specifics beyond that.
right? And they manufactured an enemy,
got that
a scarecrow, a straw man, something that doesn't exist.
We are aware.
The Jews are this.
I don't have anything to convey on
You know
that
what I'm talking
either.
about?
Let's
Something
see
that
where
can
this
never
lands.
exist in
Obviously,
reality,
there's more work
but
to be done. There are
magically
pieces at the
they're
very
that,
end.
and we all have to
But
hate
I don't have
that.
anything to convey.
And so we all focus on something and we go after that to unify it. That's what the Nazis did.
So
You know what I'm talking about?
on the question of why it is that we have not
Now,
seen
this is what Putin is doing
by,
in more ways than
Russians
one.
at this point.
Not only is he manufacturing an enemy,
It has to do more with
but
the
he is that
defenses
enemy
described.
where the world is unifying against, right? So he could unify
It
the
has to do with something that
world.
happened
Fuck him, we
inside
could use him, you know what I'm talking about? He's the
that
fucked
they
up
made
dude.
about
He's that evil guy, you know, the fucked up person on
Not
the
a
planet,
place I
you know
can
what I'm
get
talking
into
about?
from here, David. I would say
He's,
that we continue to be prepared.
invading or
continue
whatever.
to be
So,
prepared for
bring in Latin
retaliatory
America
retaliatory
and just
action,
everybody
whether it is
into
cyber,
Ukraine.
or
Who could,
other
you know,
means.
fight.
And it's something we've been preparing for
Airplanes,
several
tanks, trucks,
ahead.
whatever.
Thanks, Jim. A couple of questions.
That's my thinking.
President Zelensky said yesterday that if the West is unwilling to put in place a no.
I mean, he wants to play that role of manufacturing enemies. We'll do it for real. Like, what are you doing, man? Let's just have
We
the
have
role.
provided a
Let me
range
think
of
about it like this.
security and
Every
military
country
assistance,
contributes this
including
a
defensive
decent,
assistance. We've recently provided
you know, applicable
helicopters,
amount or
that
whatever.
my defense colleagues
Boom, you know what I'm
confirmed
talking about? It's
earlier
like,
today or
like Ukraine
yesterday.
needs
But,
this, that, and the
I
other.
don't have
Just
anything,
keep giving him
in
stuff.
addition to
Boom,
predict
boom,
on that
boom.
front.
That's my thing.
Different topic. Ron Klain was on a podcast yesterday, and he suggested that the president was considering further extending the student loan moratorium, which expires in May. What can you tell us about that? When could we expect a decision? And is he looking at another 90-day extension?
Certainly understand your question. That is obviously something we will continue to assess and review as we get closer to May. Typically, there's a period of time where you need to make a decision, or you at least need to convey to the lenders what they should prepare for. But I don't have anything to predict at this point in time. Go ahead, Karen.
Since the mask rules here have changed,
It's like hearing your voice on the, answering machine. Go ahead.
since the mask rules at the White House have changed this week, have there been any change to the testing protocols for the president? How regularly is he getting tested for COVID?
There have not been changes to the testing protocol that I'm aware of. I would note that for all of us, we are still tested. If you see the president, you're tested that day. If you're not going to see the president, everybody is on a different version of a testing protocol.
Tested since Tuesday night State of the Union?
Let me check and we will get the answer back out to all of you after the briefing. Go ahead.
Ukraine has for foreign reinforcements. What's the White House position on volunteer international fighters who go to Ukraine? Would you encourage Americans to go there to fight, or would you rather warn because they're not protected by Geneva Convention, and it maybe also it would play in the hand of Putin's narrative of
Well, our guidance continues to be that American citizens should not travel to Ukraine for any reason. So that's what it's. ahead.
I don't remember much notes. I was gonna go on yesterday, but that whole power plant thing, I was like, fuck, man, what is that?
By the United States and how it compares to
Makes sense, like he's gonna go after power plants, make raids and
680 people and
like auto Spascini, that kind of thing.
I'm sure we can get you that. I don't have it at my
Or what the
fingertips,
British did,
but let us
taking
get
out
that to you
dams
after
and
the
stuff.
briefing.
I'm gonna say auto, but
sorry about that. Do I understand right that the United States really won't take that decision unless the Europeans take a similar decision because Europeans rely way more heavily on Russian gas, and is there this idea that making that decision from here would
I should only be like
somehow,
a few minutes, hopefully.
not
Like I know things and I gotta look at the map and
Well,
look gonna
we have
adjust
from
it
the
how I
beginning
see it.
taken steps in coordination
I just wanna make sure I
with
get
our
everything.
allies and partners in Europe, and that continues to be
Kind of
the
mad
first
that I
principle
thought
for the
Belarus
president.
was actually involved in
And
it.
obviously, as we're making any decisions in this space, that would apply. But also, what also applies to this
Change it
space
up.
is our focus, and I think the focus of the Europeans as well, on not taking steps that would create increased volatility in the global oil markets, increase the price of oil, a barrel of oil, or increase gas
No,
prices.
actually.
So we're looking at all of that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it. It's gonna be the last one. Go ahead.
So would the president then welcome Iranian oil coming into the United States in order to increase that supply?
Again, there's not a deal at this point in time. While we're close, we're not there. So if and when we get to that point, we can speak to that question.
So yesterday you said, less oil supply, said it again today.
Yeah.
It raises prices. And you said, so I asked the American Petroleum Institute about those 9,000 leases.
Yeah.
Which we're talking about. The president and CEO of that group says that a lot of policies that have been put in place by this administration, including a ban on new development of federal lands and federal waters, is really hindering American energy development during a critical time. Also, he says the royalty fees increasing on drilling discourages investments.
You know what we should do? Like take a tunnel boring machine on
I think
their
he may have avoided your question.
under Alaska.
I mean, because the fact
know,
that
Elon
onshore
Musk has it,
alone,
right?
as at the start of this
and
year,
they build it up there and
more
make
than
it like
9,000
impermeable.
unused approved
You know what I'm
permits
talking about?
to
So you
drill in
got
the United States.
the
I didn't
pipeline,
hear him speak to that in particular.
and then you
And
got
of
like
the
the
more than
support structure
37
around
million
it, right?
acres under lease offshore and onshore to the oil and gas
That way.
industry, nearly 60% are
Oh, you
currently
don't damage the
non-producing. Now,
environment.
obviously, our view on drilling over the long term is different, I would suspect, than the person you
Or
spoke to,
you
which is
do-
that what overall we need to do
The
here
fire
is
can
reduce our
happen and it can
dependence on
explode
oil.
up, right?
Europeans
Okay, so
are doing that.
do the
We're
inverse of
doing
that.
that. And I think what we're
You
all
built it
going
on
through now
stilts,
in
right?
this discussion of banning oil imports and the
So here's the
volatility in the
trees.
global markets, oil
You build it
markets,
above the
is
trees,
a reminder.
so it's
of that.
right there.
So,
and
but
then you have
there's no
support
shortage
structure.
of drilling leases that can be used domestically.
So you
to
just have
enhance
one
production in
cement
this moment.
pylon
The
going
oil and
up.
gas industry is literally sitting on stock.
So you only disrupt like one tree here,
Thanks, everyone.
one tree here,
Okay.
one tree here.
I'm sorry, I
You
think
could
everybody has
extract
to
the
wrap
oil.
and go to the next engagement here. But
then
see you all in
When that's all done, like in 50, 100 years, you could just go back and you just make it so that's part of the environment. So you minimally touch everything. Because we're gonna have to. To me, I'm a middle ground. Like Native Americans don't want none of the oil touched, whatever. Me, I say you gotta respect the land no matter what. And then if you could figure a way to not destroy the land and make the land better, then and make the country stronger and do it. You know what I'm talking about? But the thing is, it was never done like that. I said it before. Like they want Native American resources, but they don't give a fuck about Native Americans. So they're entrenched in their already way of thinking for 50, 100 years. But even before that, but in legal terms, even if it's a legal maneuvering that to say we don't want you to touch the minerals, anything on the land, da 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 da. I mean, so they're already ingrained in it, so you can't even argue about it. You know what I'm talking about? So that's what happened. So it's not even a conversation anymore. But the thing is, like, if they could do some kind of testing and be like, look, we already respect the land no matter what, and we'll help out the Native Americans in that area, have them have a higher standard of life, quality of life, and everything else will be good. You know, I'm talking about whatever's there, but we don't think like that. We're just like, well, we want our lives to be better than theirs, and we just they don't have the legal resources, the population, the voting power, or the army of lawyers and everything to go against it, so we'll just take it. So my thinking is, why don't you approach it a different way? You know what I'm talking about? It's there and it's a good resources and we could get to it if you do it the right way. And why don't you put our best minds of thinking, how can we make the land better? How can we make this native environment better while getting the resources? You know what I'm talking about? Think like that instead of like, well, the resources we get is going to destroy the land. Well, it's a very difficult thought process to come up with the opposite of that. You know what I'm talking about? And it is possible. We just haven't found it. But why don't we look for that? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's like looking for cancer, but why don't we have that mindset? I mean, I'm just saying. It's my thinking. Oil, all this other crazy shit. Oh, get more coffee. 6 more minutes. So, yeah. Just want to make sure I got everything in my head. I gotta like readjust whatever. Hold on. Right. This gives me just a little bit better vision. I don't know if I'm going to keep them on. Yeah, just a little bit. Like I have 2030, 2020, 2035. I don't fucking know. But this gives me like 2020, 2015. Everybody's always curious about what your vision is online or whatever. So, but I had lace sync. I had like very bad vision growing up. 20/200. And think they would not hit someone with thick glasses. No, they would. First thing I did in fight. And it had some fun, catch it, bobble it, or whatever, you know. So OBS got updated, and my Snagit got updated too. That's the um, program I am using. What is this? I don't care about your notifications. So we'll just do a test. Okay, good. And we do want to do undo. There we go. Okay. All right. So everything looks okay. So, you know, lots happened in a couple of days. I just want to start out, you know, once you state something, things change because people get committed into the course of action. Once they know your course of action, they're going to adjust to that. They're going to adapt to that. So I guess your mindset is always adapt, or whatever, you know. So, you know, and I don't want to get into like specific tactics because I don't know if they're going to work, you know, but one thing I know is that it is definitely a war of movement, and the more we could slow them down, as initially said, the better. You want to slow them to make them walk, destroy the trucks, the vehicle, anything you could get to hinder them. I mean, they're throwing Molotov cocktails, you know, I guess they're just like launching them, just hurling them and everything. You know, I was thinking like maybe you could hit a vulnerable part where the rubber is and you guys burn them out. It might not hit it there, but you know, later in the day or a couple days later, it just wears it down, and now it's just a sitting Hulk or whatever, you know. And then I was like thinking, you know, it's just like it's so specific. Like, does that really help? And are you doing hindrance by giving your what you think it is? You know, I'm talking about. So I always have to. I want to always preface this. This is just my thinking out loud, and I'm talking whatever, and I want to have lead someone in a course of thinking where it, you know, it hurts and you know and lives are at stake. You know, I just want to make sure I initially state that. Oh, one I do want to get at is about these if people are giving up, right? So I think best case scenario, if a Russian soldier wants to give up, they're in a vehicle, all right, driving along, and like fuck this, I don't want to go war. You could put out that if you take a component out of that vehicle that totally disables it, that makes it useless, that they can't find repair it easily, whatever, and you have that component, right? And you have that on you, right? So everybody in that truck or whatever, or that combat vehicle takes a component out, right? And that's their surrender things. Like, I give up. I have this. You know what I'm talking about? I disabled my truck. You don't burn it. You don't do anything. You just let it go as it is. You know what I'm talking about? But it's almost impossible to repair that. Use it for the Russians, right? So now the Russians who gave themselves up have that that component on them, on their body, or whatever, and they give it up to them. It's like that's their symbol of giving them up. You know what I'm talking about? And like I said, once you know about this, then there's other different kind of externalities that can play. They could play, you know, perpetrate and infiltrate and all that stuff. But for all intents and purposes, if you could handle that correctly and take all the precautions for that to have happen, now you have that component. You know where that truck is, right? You could go back and repair that vehicle, that armored vehicle, that tank, whatever it is. And now you not only you're taking away one of their vehicles, you know what I'm talking, you know what I'm talking about, you're adding to yours. So you know, like when you destroy something, that's a one down for them, right? And then when they destroy one of yours, that's one down for them. You know what I'm talking about? But now when you're doing like destroying, I mean, you take one of those ways, so that's like two for you. You know what I'm talking about? So it doubles the effectiveness, and you get that more of that. You're increasing your arsenal. You know what I'm talking about? And like I said, I don't want to be like, well, do these specific things or whatever, and they will work. But I mean, I don't know if it's applicable. I don't know if it's practical. You know what I'm talking about? Everything is genius until it's put into action. You know what I'm talking about? But I think it's worth a shot. You know what I'm saying? You might get a few things for it. You know, you know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, grab some shit, carry, you know, break down the engine and put it on your back or some shit. I don't fucking know, but either way, you're getting something. You know what I'm talking about? It's worth a shot at least. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah. My chat over here. But, you know, the tactics have changed. And they're making that drive. And I was going to say, like, a lot of things on that convoy, slow it down as much as possible. But, you know, all these other different things. But it's kind of surprised that they was able to slow down as much as they did, which is good. And I wanted them to be committed in the action before I really stated something else. They could change it up and do something else. And it looks like it's going to be a siege. But then I was just like, well, since everybody thinks that and I stated it, maybe they're just going to drive right to the center of the city, you know, like a flying wedge. You know what I mean? Oatmeal. Just keep driving down, and then have another vehicle take its place or whatever. But I was gonna show like a city, whatever. But I don't know the city and what avenues of approaches they're gonna have. So because I don't want to like state it's gonna be this part of the city. They choose another part and or whatever else. So I mean that's another tactic they might use or whatever. They might stop, initially try or consolidate around the city and circle it, which is probably good. But then I was thinking, well, if they have a 40-mile some odd long column and the square miles of the city is 324, right? Is it 324? And you know, that's the square miles of the city, whatever, right? And the circumference of that in a perfect circle, I think, is 64 miles. And so if it's 64 miles in a perfect circle, and the city is not outlined like that, of course it is, it's like suburbs and everything. But when you technically define what is a city and whatever, it's also arbitrary or whatever. So it all depends of what you want to put square footage and what you include and everything else, because it's all like what they feel at the time or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, right? They have 40 miles and the city around is 64 in a perfect circle. But having said that, that's if they line every truck and vehicle around it or whatever, but they're not going to do that. So you get an overly technical into numbers, whatever, and that's not really what's happening, because they're going to set up at certain avenues of approaches, whatever, where they go in and out, you know, at this intersection, that intersection, all the way around, right? If they're doing a siege tactic and not going to push in, you might choose something else where they have three, like the most accessible ways in this city too, you know what I'm talking about? So it could be very adaptive. You don't want to like be situated in one plan of attack into the city, and they could just start leveling this, you know, senseless and try to drive the population out, because the population is what's fighting or whatever, and you demoralize it or whatever, you know. But that's already a war of annihilation, or, you know, war of genocide, and you already know, like, if you're not going to go with Russians, and you're going to be like, you know, defend Ukrainian or whatever after they take over, they're going to either mass execute you or force labor you to die, whatever, or what in history of Russia, they force relocate you. You know, they what happens many times in empires, you know, they just totally relocate the the population. I think like after the Ionian revolt, right? They removed all the Greeks from Ionia, were like Athens and Sparta, really a lot of the Aegean, because they grew out of the islands and they settled in the west coast of Turkey, Ionia. They revolted against Darius. Yeah, they revolted against Darius or his yeah, it was Darius, and he forced relocated all the way, I think, to Afghanistan, Bactria. They called it Bactria. And then when Alexander the Great conquered all of Greece, like 2 generations later, 3 generations later, like 100 years later, something like that. From Macedonia, he was like the barbarian and everything. But anyways, long story short, he went into conquered everything, and he wanted to conquer everything. Well, he wanted to conquer the globe, but I think reality was he wanted to conquer everywhere he knew was Greeks and he had information. And where he had information was all the way the fuck by the Indus River where those Greeks were. And he conquered it, and that's like thousands of miles away. And those Greeks over there was able to conquer down into like India for a little bit. My point being is this happens a lot in empires and everything. You relocate the population. Those are the people that are lucky. So Russia did it before, during the 30s, and it happened before. Even before that, they would relocate to Siberia, and they know they needed industry in Siberia and the Urals and everything. So wherever towns and stuff like that that need to be built up is where they're probably going to be relocated. I think historically that's what Russia does. I'm not exactly sure. So everybody thinks, oh, it's in the middle of nowhere, whatever, but they try to build it up, so they have industry over there, where no one could get to, so the war industry and everything like that. And that way they can't cause a problem. They spread it out. Few Ukrainians over here, over there, over there, over there, whatever. I'm talking about. So that's probably what's going to happen. They're going to depopulate it, get only Russian loyalists, because I made another one. Not only did I think like Belarus was going to come down or whatever, I thought like also there's a chance of the two regions out by Donetsk and Luhansk. What is that? That's Chechnya, Dagestan or something like that. But the only people that are left are ultra loyals to Russia, whatever. All the people that fought, Russia are dead, whatever. I'm talking about. So it's just like they're not really an asset, whatever, because they're already like pacified it or whatever, I'm talking about. And it's just like, and it took a while for Russia to pacify the Caucasus with Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan. No. And some of the breakaway republics or whatever. I have to look at. I know I'm missing one. Okay, but anyways, it took about 50 years to pacify the Caucasus with those. And I don't think they were all by one country. It was basically Georgia back then. I'm not exactly sure. And Armenia. But they finally, it just took a while. You know what I'm saying? But that's how they did it. They just always fought and get these people to fight these people. Take these people from all the way the fuck over there. They know nothing about those people, fight them people, That's just how it is. But like I said, we're really... So I want to make a correction about Belarus, because obviously I was watching, it was like, oh, Belarus is not involved. And I was like, why wouldn't they get involved or whatever? I'm pretty sure they will be towards the end of it or something like that, because what usually happens in a war or in a battle is that you have your initial attack or whatever, right? You probe, whatever, get a feel for it. And then you have your elite troops in reserve. And I'm not saying Belarus, but that's definitely a component that you want to just flood in. When you think you got the situation running under control, whatever, boom, they come in. Or when it's a guaranteed victory, they flood in just to make everything worse. So on the Russian side, what do they have in reserve? You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, they say 50% of what Russia has to bear military is involved in Ukraine, and 75% is in Ukraine. So if you do the math, whatever, give or take ratios or whatever, we'll say a third of what Russia has to bear is in Ukraine. Give or take. We'll say a quarter to be very conservative. And that's a huge chunk. And it's being grinded down. And it's not, and Russia is not on a war footing. They're not mobilizing every man, woman, child, whatever. So, which is good. They're against the war. So what they have is what they have. They can't produce more, I don't think. And I don't think they're going to be capable of it. And we can't allow them to be capable. We can't give them no money. And I think we need to close the doors completely to Russia so they don't do that. I mean, nobody in or out, no trucks, no nothing, no vehicles, whatever. All the people like Saw, you know what I'm talking about? It's just like, you created a problem, just lock them in, you know, just close that door, like, you know, dun, 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 you know, and he has to like have a little bone saw. That's what you gotta fucking do to Russia. They can't produce anything for this war. Because people's like, oh yeah, now we're gonna think we're gonna take over all of Ukraine. That's obvious. They're gonna go after a non-native state next or whatever. They're gonna go after Moldavia or whatever, over in that corner. You see it right by this key, whatever, that's Moldavia. That's next. Because what are they gonna go into Odessa, take that, now they have a port. And then there's I think Transnistria is what broke away from Moldavia. So it's de facto kind of independent, but not, but it's part of Moldavia. But it wanted to be part of Russia because of Russia is speaking, and they have a small contingent of Russian soldiers or whatever. And if they link up to that, what they basically have is a corridor, as you could see, that small little nation right here. Now let me enlarge it. And you can see that, like, the little sliver right by Odessa going up, whatever. It's right above over here. And if you just go up right by Odessa, I'll show you where that is. That's that little, like, line that has, like, the little, right by the river. The little, place. And, I don't think you see my cursor or whatever. But, it's right there. Here, I'll show you. This right here. Okay, I got the wrong one. Not a problem. It's easier. I'm just gonna move this to over here. Now we go. So here's Odessa. And they're going to push through to over here. And then they cut off all in here. Obviously, they just isolated an easy chunk of Ukraine, you know, talking about. And they could push right into Moldavia. So Moldavia needs to mobilize immediately. And everybody in this region, they need to defend Odessa. So everybody in this region, they need to, like, every third person, every fifth person, I mean, guard who you are, whatever, or every other person needs to go up to Odessa in that peninsula to guard. I mean, in that one peninsula, in that little outlier enclave of Russia, needs to go in there and not be cut off. As soon as they get cut off, they won't have that corridor, this corridor right here. So you want to keep that corridor open as much as possible. So Ukrainians. Let's put Ukrainians actually as blue, right? That looks Ukrainian blue. Okay. And Russians are red. So everybody in that peninsula needs to go over there and defend it with everything they got, because once they got that, they could just slowly just annihilate down or whatever, war of attrition or whatever. So you want to choose where you want to die. You know what I'm talking about? And no matter how you want to die. Not indiscriminately or whatever, dragged from your house and shot because you like Ukraine. Because I mean, there's nothing you're born Ukrainian. There's nothing you could do about it. They don't like you simply because you're not Russian enough. You need to perpetrate like you're more Russian, or act like you're more Russian. I think, and it's death, or deportation, mass grave. And how can a society survive if you have to do something you are not? En masse, it's not. So that's what I feel that's what's going to happen. And they're going to travel all the way up Odessa, Transnistria, right there. And then so as you could see. So, and once Russians get up here, this is just like a free corridor. There'd be no opposition going into this line right here. And then from over this line, the Russians could launch attacks. Obviously. To whatever major areas they need to. Because we know it's power station, they can make raids out to different areas, population centers, power plants, whatever it is, to gather that. And so, what I was thinking, if you know the Russians are coming, you have to have a scorched earth policy. If you know it's going to be taken, all the food needs to be removed. Everything, I'm talking about. If it's fuel, I mean, just empty, no fuel for them. You know what I'm talking about? Nothing they could use. You know what I'm saying? So you heard of them begging for food, got to remove it. You know what I'm talking about, or hide it. You know what I'm saying, or something. Create some kind of underground where you'll be able to get fed and they can't. So those things need to be made. And also, I'm just gonna erase some of this stuff over here, but you see what's happening. I don't want to get so many arrows. But that's what's going to happen in the south, almost guaranteed. And they're going to go into Moldavia. So what I'm thinking is that Moldavia needs to mobilize until they have no choice but to counterattack, whatever. And Ukraine needs to have. We need to be their arbitrators. They're not arbitrators. They're advocates. We need to be their advocates and take as much things off of Ukraine soldiers. So all they have to do is fight. You know what I'm talking about? Like when you have, like in the, I don't want to give the components of the Marine Corps away, whatever. But there's a certain amount that are infantry and there's support, whatever, right? And so if their whole population is going to be fighting or whatever, or a larger section of it's going to be fighting, all the support structure needs to be us, you know what I'm talking about? So we're out there doing everything we can so they could focus in on that. So, and one of those things of advocating whatever is getting partners that are willing to also fight in a organized fashion, not just foreign fighters or whatever, you know. And I think that's even better because in all the chaos, the more organization you have, because it's going to be democracy, the better, because it's going to be madness in there. You know what I'm talking about? And so if we could get some organized military in there, like anybody willing to commit a unit of people, you know, that's non-NATO. And there's a lot of countries that are non-NATO that we need to advocate. Like, what can you give to them? You know what I'm saying? In country, whatever, to force multiply them, you know, because if you intermix, you know, professional soldiers, civilian soldiers, home guard, reservists, you know, active duty, whatever, and special forces, you know what I'm talking about? Now everybody's increased in their capability at this training. And I want to give like a set definition or whatever. People would do would be like, well, the combat effectiveness of this would be like 90-80% or whatever. But on the average, everybody's going to learn quicker or whatever, you know what I'm saying? They're going to be able to be just more effective. And that's what we want to do. And that's what we did in World War One when we sent up black troops. Like, how come these black troops are just really good? Well, they intermixed and learned it or whatever, you know? And that's against another thing. Like, as you get vehicles, as you get more vehicles, you don't want to consolidate them too much. You want to spread them out so they're not one target, you know, so they are most effective. I think the most effective vehicle right now would be multi-purpose troop transport, because the movement of people is just it's what's going to count. The constant movement of people. It's definitely, you want to keep it as much movement on your side as much as possible and slow down their movement. So you're able to adjust and adapt to the situation more than they can. You want to slow them down, get them walking, destroy any kind of vehicle, anything they use, you know, to move faster around, make them fight in place. And when you situate them fight in place, when they're in the cities, that's when you could counterattack them. You know what I'm saying? So by and large, that's what's gonna win. That you could outmaneuver them and attack them and beat them in detail. So even though they're flooding in, now you got like 10 people there. I mean, they're flooding in, and there's thousands of people, thousands of soldiers coming in, and there's only a couple hundred here. Now you hold them in place, and they got to take the brunt of it or whatever and hold out. Now you know where they are. They can't move because they're engaged or whatever. You can just flood right around them and beat them in detail. Granted, you know what I'm saying, you don't have as much as them, but then you could use that same amount of people in another area. If you have that movement, you keep using the same amount of people again and again and again. So, but the only way you do that if you keep moving and you hold them in place, move, and hold them in place, attack or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, and you already know you're going to give up territory. So, unfortunately, good news, bad news situation. They got caught by surprise. You know, they're going to push in. It happens all the time when you have a surprise attack or whatever. They're going to push in deep until the country could fully mobilize. That's just a matter of reality. You can't get around that. And the fact of the matter is, Ukraine was not fully mobilized, and it's still not fully mobilized. The reason why they're having curfews and everything, but I understand that for saboteurs and everything, but that sort of gets you to the mindset, you know, you don't trust people and everything. So there's got to be a way where you can mobilize even more of the citizenry into a civil defense. So, and the civil defense is something that builds up fortifications or whatever, you know, inside the city. You know, they're making all the, you know, the netting and, you know, making bread and all that other stuff. But everybody has to be moving, doing something, contributing something. That's fully mobilized. You know, no one's sitting around in their fucking bunker on their fucking phones and shit like that. They have to be contributing some way or some portion or whatever. And there's a good battle because, you know, everybody that Caesar got into, their troops were just constantly moving, like under fire. They were building fortifications, holding the shields up, putting the spears in, and then when they got closer, they would fight. And then, you know, so when they attacked or whatever, got behind the fortifications, they'll come back out, repair the fortifications, put up their shields or whatever, and have, you know, the push out or whatever, make a sortie out. So you go repair the fortifications, come back out. They're constantly building, constantly defending, constantly nonstop. But that was legionaries, you know, they know because everybody's like, oh, the Hadrian's Wall, you know, a soldier, you know, at work is, you know, won't get in much trouble and all that other bullshit or whatever. But even during a combat situation, under fire, under attack, they were always building. And that's how Caesar was able to outbuild and outfight. You know, everybody's like, well, he outfought. He did outfight, without a doubt, but he outbuilt them, and logistics and all and everything else like that also. You know what I'm saying? So, but it was cutthroat. I mean, they razed city to the ground, if just to get you know, food and supplies and everything. But there's a battle that I want to show you what I'm talking about. It's this constant movement, constant building. They would build, you would counter build. And that's what we got to do in every siege in every city. So they bombed out the buildings, right? And everybody's like, well, in Stalingrad, no, you got better defenses. Well, honestly, on the news and everything, people are like, well, they just want to state something for content to people. Like, okay, this is what happened. And I get that. I get you want to state what happened, and this is probably going to happen in this situation, whatever. But it's so general. It doesn't really help. And now I'm in the situation where I got to say general things, whatever, because if I get too specific, then I lead people into a thought process like that's going to help them, whatever. And that's detrimental to the whole thing. And I want to be counterproductive. So, but in this specific instance, I want to be kind of specific. When they're bombing, you know what I'm talking about? And they're trying to destroy the population and everything. But now you have a destroyed building. And it's horrific. But that's when the civilian population needs to get up in, you know, in bulldozers and trucks and as everything, you know what I'm saying? Excavators, whatever. Use that bomb that building as a quarry and put it right where the avenue of approaches is for the enemy. You know what I'm talking about? So now the only thing that could move that is more excavators or whatever. So now they have to go over that. So you don't want to use that bomb that building as a defense, because what happened in Stalingrad is that everything got destroyed or whatever, and they used to bomb that buildings where it was advantageous, where by happenstance it was super defensive or whatever, right? So they found out where in the rubble they could defend or whatever. That's causality. You want to take control of the situation. You want to take where that building is on the side of the street and move it to where the fight is. You know what I'm saying? So you're constantly moving the defenses where the fight is. You know what I'm saying? So if you could easily move something, they could easily move something. You know what I'm talking about? You want them to move it under fire. And you need to build defenses while up under fire. So everybody has to come up and constantly, as they're approaching, everybody's attacking, like 100 yards forward of you, trying to remove that rubble, whatever, you're putting more defensive structures behind that. So you're slowing them down even more and making like kill zones and everything else like that where you could attack them, they can't attack you. So that's what needs to happen. You need to fully mobilize in the city. Everybody needs to come up and just, so as they're coming down, you're slowing them down no matter what. As they're approaching, taking it down, you're building. You know what I'm talking about? Just nonstop. That's how you do it. That's how you beat them. You know what I'm talking about? So don't wait for events to happen and then act on it. You know what I'm talking about? Whatever happens, you have to use to your advantage or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? So everything that could flood in the city, trucks, food, ammunition, civil, construction equipment needs to go up into the cities right now, because those are going to be your Stalingrads. You need to get all those to your population centers as much as you could get before it's surrounded. And that's where you're going to hold them. And that's where you're going to delay it. Now what's going to happen is like a bombed out building is going to get bombed out, and then it's just going to collapse, right? I don't want to state this, but I will. Now the bombed out building is collapsed, but no matter how many bombs drop on it, you can figure out that it's secure or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's where you're all right. But see, I don't want to state that because that's very give positions away and shit like that. But look for that because that will actually act as an insulator to more bombs and everything. But you have to mobilize everybody. Everybody has to contribute to the war effort, and it's a common thing. I'll play this real quick. And this kind of building and outbuilding I'm talking about, and it was constantly under fire, and that's what has to happen in the cities. It's like I'm playing Cujo or Chucky during a class. Oh,
had already plundered the area in the previous months. Noting the particularly hilly topography of the area, Caesar decided to fall back on one of his most favored tactics and fortify the hills around Pompey's position, encircling his enemy and cutting off their supplies. This would be a difficult task, considering the size of the armies, but the natural topography simplified the task. When Pompey realized what Caesar was doing, he countered by constructing his own defenses. He ordered his men to fortify as many hills as possible,
and they're just yards away.
Caesar to extend his own fortifications further and further, stretching his army. Frequent skirmishes broke out between the two forces, each harassing the other to try and slow their build. On one occasion, the 9th Legion, attempting to fortify a camp on a hilltop, came under intense masses of missile fire from the Pompeians on a nearby hill. Caesar, who was with the 9th at the time, ordered them to abandon the construction and retreat down the slope. He also commanded legionary engineers to place wattle screens to dig trenches behind to hinder the enemy from pursuing the legion. He then placed slingers in commanding positions to cover the withdrawal. The 9th was pursued by the Pompeian missiles and light infantry, who pushed the screens into the trenches to cross them. Caesar, fearing a rout, ordered Antony, commander of the 9th, to charge the Pompeians. In a brilliant display of discipline, the 9th immediately turned, flung their javelins, and charged back up the slope. The Pompeians, only being lightly armed, retreated, and the 9th was able to withdraw in good order. Soon after, Caesar's defenses were complete. It was now late June. Due to his men's greater experience and discipline, he now had Pompey's force pinned against the sea. This was a great achievement. A smaller, less supplied force had never done this before against superior numbers. Though low on grain, Caesar did manage to level the playing field by having control of all the sources of fresh water in the area. Pompey was now forced to dig wells and rely on supplies from the sea. Furthermore, Caesar could now send his men further afield to gather supplies without fear of harassment. Pompey, however, was a skilled general and had his own strategies to keep Caesar under pressure, sending missile units to harass Caesar's lines at night, targeting the light of their campfires. He also attempted to bring his cavalry into play, which, stuck behind the fortifications, had done little so far. Boarding them onto ships, he sent them up the coast to Dyrrhachium. From here, they would be free from the confines of the fortifications and could forage without putting a burden on Pompey's supplies, as well as attack Caesar's line from the rear. Around this same time, in early July, Caesar received word that there were citizens of Dyrrhachium who were willing to be bribed and give him the town. Looking to capitalize, Caesar went to the town with a small armed escort, leaving Publius Cornelius Sulla in charge. However, when he reached the outskirts of the city, he was attacked by the Pompeian cavalry, who attempted to surround Caesar, and he only just managed to cut his way out with his men and survive the ambush. While Caesar was away from the main line, Pompey had also launched 3 simultaneous offensives on the fortifications. He ordered 4 legions to concentrate on a point in the center of the line, and
get the
1
general
legion
away.
each to attack 2 other points in the
Launch an
line.
attack.
The point the 4 legions were attacking was atop a hill and well fortified, but only defended by 500 men of the 6th Legion. The cohort was hard pressed, thousands of missiles being fired into their position, but the men held on doggedly, confident that reinforcements would be arriving soon. They were correct. Quickly as he could, Sulla had marched 2 legions to their relief, and upon seeing this new force, the Pompeians retreated. According to Caesar, every man of this unit suffered some kind of injury. The other 2 attacks had also been repelled, one by 3 cohorts, and another by Caesar's German auxiliaries, who sallied out, taking heavy losses. In total, Caesar claimed that the Pompeians lost 2,000 men in these battles, and the Caesarians just 20. It is likely that the citizens of Dyrrhachium were Pompey's agents who had lured Caesar into a trap. Pompey was proving a worthy and cunning enemy, but Caesar's veterans had proved their mettle. Bolstered by the confidence of their victories, Caesar would march his army out in battle formation to offer battle to Pompey as a sign of strength. Pompey also drew his army up for battle, so as not to lose face, but refused to engage. He would need to orchestrate a situation where he would have overwhelming numbers in order to
You don't need to
contend
do that.
with
You don't need
Caesar's
to march
veterans.
out, show you're willing to fight. Just constantly apply pressure.
Longinus and Sabinus had been successful
same
in
thing.
taking Aetolia and had taken all the towns between Epirus and Corinth. They now planned to push past
So you keep the
Isthmus
morale
of
up, you
Corinth
never
and
idle.
into the Peloponnese, but found their path blocked by a Pompeian force.
It serves the same
Nonetheless,
purpose.
their success was crucial in giving Caesar an abundance of supplies from these new Greek territories. With more successes under his belt, Caesar again sent a peace delegation, this time to Scipio, hoping to convince the latter to talk to Pompey. But even though Scipio at first listened with interest, his officers were having none of it. Meanwhile at Dyrrhachium, Caesar fortified the 2 approaches to the town, cutting the Pompeian cavalry in the area off from the supplies there. With the cavalry now unable to sustain themselves, Pompey withdrew them by sea back to his entrenchments. But Pompey's food was still running low, and he knew he would have to soon force a breakout. To try and achieve this, Pompey's men occupied the original...
That's another area where I'm kind of concerned about. I'll just pause it right here. Is the food situation. So, I'll just write it down. Food. That should not be an issue. We gotta handle that before it becomes an issue. Start making supply avenues to get in food. Okay, but continue playing this.
fortifications of the 9th, which were between the 2 armies' fortifications, and expanded on them, making a second, larger camp that encompassed the first. He also added a long wall from the camp to a nearby river to secure a water supply. This would act as a forward base from where Pompey could strike. Pompey suddenly had a stroke of luck when 2 Gallic officers who served Caesar during the Gallic Wars deserted. They had detailed intel about Caesar's defenses and knew where the weak points were, and they now passed all this information to Pompey. At the southern end of Caesar's defenses, where the fortifications met the coast, Caesar's 9th Legion was stationed under Marcellinus. After having been forced to withdraw from their original camp, they had constructed a second camp and fortifications that stretched to the coast. Behind this, they had constructed a second line of defenses facing south, preventing Pompey landing troops behind and attacking their rear. To complete the defenses, An extra line of defenses would need to be made between the two walls, linking them together and blocking any attack from the sea. But these defenses were incomplete. Pompey formulated his plan. He would attack their inner wall with his legions, landing light infantry and missile troops to the south to attack the outer wall, while even more troops would be landed between the two walls. Doing so, he would attack the 9th from 3 sides. This took a lot of careful planning and timing, and he withdrew his legions from the 9th's old fort and behind his own lines to
Yeah, you
coordinate.
draw them in on the initial attack, and then you just punch through with two
After a
others.
couple of days of preparation,
force and
he was
offensive.
ready. He moved 60 cohorts of legionaries, around 30,000 men, to attack Caesar's inner fortifications, while the light infantry was moved by boat behind the outer wall. As they began their attack, more men were simultaneously landed at the gap between the entrenchments. There were only 2 cohorts of the 9th present at the time, the rest still being in camp. These 1,000 men now found themselves under furious attack from 3 sides by overwhelming numbers. Desperately, they tried to form a line and send word to Marcellinus for help, but the numbers were too much, and the men broke and ran. As they did, they ran into the reinforcing cohorts sent by Marcellinus, causing chaos in the narrow gap between the walls. The Pompeians closed in on Marcellinus's camp, which was now only defended by a couple of cohorts. Luckily, Antony, who was close at hand, managed to organize 6,000 men and came to their aid, stopping the Pompeian advance. He was soon joined by Caesar, alerted by smoke signals, and another 6,500 men. Both forces now had most of their men committed to this part of the line. While Pompey's main force had been pushing into the 9th's camp, more men had already begun construction of a fort outside of Caesar's fortifications to the south. The blockade had been broken. Caesar ordered his men to begin construction of a trench, plugging the gap between the two walls. While this was being done, Caesar's scouts spotted a Pompeian legion moving back into the 9th Legion's old fort. If Pompey took this fort, he would be able to make a link between his new fort in the south and his old fortifications. Caesar was determined to stop this from happening. Gathering around 17,000 men and leaving 1,000 to continue entrenching, Caesar took a circuitous route, concealing his force as long as possible, and then launched.
I mean, you have these numbers, which is pretty accurate. I mean, I seen like reading certain history books of like Herodotus and everything. The numbers are extremely exaggerated, but I think now in the information age, when they write it down, it's pretty accurate. But fielding 17,000 people in a time where it was just less populated, it's just massive amounts of the population, you know. So this is my point: is that Russia just doesn't have enough against Ukraine. I guess was my point. Only mobilized.
The attack. His left wing, where Caesar himself was, pushed into the fort, forcing the Pompeian legion back into the inner camp. Caesar's right wing, however, had stumbled across the Pompeian entrenchments that led to the river. Thinking these were part of the fort, they followed them, looking for a gate through. When they reached the river and realized their mistake, they managed to break down points in the defenses, breaking through, followed by the cavalry, but they had wasted precious time. Pompey had seen what was happening and sent all his heavy infantry, 25,000 men, to assist the legion in the fort. The cavalry rode ahead of the legions and fell upon the Caesarian cavalry of the right flank, routing them almost instantly. The infantry around them, seeing their comrades fleeing and Pompey's men closing in, also ran. The narrow passages they had made through the entrenchments became clogged, and some men took to jumping from the ramparts into the ditches to try and escape. Many were trampled to death. Inside the fort itself, Pompey's legion was fighting back with renewed courage. Caesar's left, afraid that they were about to be trapped inside of the narrow confines of the fort, also began to break, retreating through the gate. Caesar tried to stop the rout, grabbing onto fleeing standard-bearers and ordering them to stand their ground. One, overcome by panic, even tried to stab Caesar, but he was saved by his bodyguards. Caesar's entire force that had been committed to the attack had retreated, broken. But Pompey, fearing Caesar had laid a trap, did not pursue, and the narrow breaches in the defences stopped his cavalry pursuing further. If he had, he may well have been able to destroy Caesar's army. In total, Caesar gives his dead as being
Caesar
32
only
officers,
narrowly
centurions, and
won
tribunes, almost 1,000
just
legionnaires, and 200 horsemen. He had also lost many men as prisoners, perhaps as many as 1,000.
people look at Caesar like he's the greatest general. Um, I look at a different way that Rome produced a lot of fighting people of this quality, of people who became centurions, legates, and then generals, whatever. So you got a lot of people that did hand-to-hand combat and rose up. And Rome just produced a lot of them, but almost by this Caesar is one that just was one of them that actually succeeded. And I'm not saying it's a random, but a lot of them had these ambitions, whatever. So we shouldn't look at any one individual, but the whole thing of what Rome produced, or whatever. A lot of quality people. And Caesar was just one that was able to achieve it. So we shouldn't look at him like these godlike qualities, but it was just a lot of people, and he happened to get there. I look at it more down to earth. Same thing with Augustus.
On the orders of Labienus, all of these men were killed. Pompey was hailed as imperator, but as a sign of respect, refused the symbolic bay leaves that went with the title, due to his victory being over fellow Romans. Caesar, after having committed almost 3 months to the battle, pulled away his full force from Dyrrhachium, defeated. The Pompeians took this as a full retreat, and word was sent to Eastern kings that the war was already won. However, Pompey had failed to strike a killing blow. He had done well to break out of Caesar's encirclement, but had missed the opportunity to use his overwhelming numbers. Caesar was a dangerous enemy and could not be left any space to regroup. Nonetheless, Caesar was able to carry out an ordered withdrawal of his army with only light harassment from Pompey's forces, pulling back to Apollonia. As he did so, he comforted his men, saying that just as Gergovia had preceded Alesia, so too would this defeat at Dyrrhachium be followed by a far greater victory. Once again, shout out.
Okay, so my whole point of that was they're constantly building. And the other person was counter building fortifications. And that's what you want to do. So you want to outbuild them. So they're just fighting. And they have their support troops. You want to do more than they do. You know what I'm saying? It's how it is. So you build up so you could attack them, and it protects you to building your second, third, fourth line or whatever. Once they breach that, you're constantly doing that, whatever you can. That's what you want to do. And constantly an issue was water and food. So what we need to do is everywhere. I am going to hide this. Okay. So and then I bring this up. Shape. Here, 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 all along here. There needs to be that's where we have food and water to be given into, like, just stacked up, stacked up, stacked up. So that should be like ammunition also, but we got to start thinking like that. There's bottles of water, because they need water. Obviously, they need water and food. And we can't fight if you don't have sustenance. You know what I'm talking about? So you get all that other stuff, but now we got to start thinking like that before they get starved at. You know what I'm talking about? So you're already getting truck, and then so much more than what you think you need. You know what I'm talking about? Orders of 10 what you think you need, because a lot of it's going to get destroyed, not go where it needs to, whatever. Just it needs to get in there. You know what I'm talking about? That's another thing. So you need, I mean, it's humanitarian, but I wouldn't rely on it. But they're not gonna allow fighting people to get water and food and all that stuff. So it's gonna make you think like that, so you don't put water and food and stock up like that. I think it's more of a case of that. These are just general lines. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm just saying, in that country, and that could close to the border, there need to be staging grounds of supplies, all type of medical supplies, also that kind of thing. Oh, and then I guess well, I was watching people who were on dialysis, that kind of thing, kids and everything. You could get them out. There's they could use that humanitarian quarter which was opened up, but worst comes to worst, you put it on a truck, right? Dialysis, and you just constantly have it running on battery power as and everybody just takes turns coming out there, and you just get them out of the country or whatever. You gotta like start thinking like that. Everybody who can't fight needs to leave the country. Everybody who's does not is not contributing, you should allow them to go. You know what I'm talking about? Because now it's the fighting force and that defense force that needs to stay. And because now food and water is becoming an issue, and you don't want them eating up resources. Before that becomes an issue, whatever, get those people out. You need more coffee, use the bathroom. Hopefully, this gives you a few hours, few days, um, heads up, whatever. But it's definitely a logistical thing. I said it before. It's going to be a battle of logistics. We could supply them faster than they get supplied. Would be all right. They already have the will. They're smart people, willing to learn, obviously. So, um, Think about it like that. Stop thinking these weapon systems are so complicated they can't figure it out quickly. So if it's there, remove that from the equation, get in there, figure it out because they need to figure it out. And I'm talking about like stuff that we haven't discussed, like artillery, airplanes or whatever. I think we need to start thinking of those manners in those areas. Training people like that. Anyway, one second. Then I was touching on like Air Force and everything else like that. I get to that a little later. I think what's more important is that movement is that you constantly be able to move. So even of course it'd be nice if you had up armored vehicles, that kind of thing, and they have heavy machine guns on them, because you better harass and everything else. That kind of thing, armored personnel carriers. But I don't know if we could get that, but definitely a thing like that. We know we're destroying them like constantly, whatever, and we spread them out. You don't want to like consolidate them, because it'd be more beneficial. Just everywhere in this region. Uh, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit later too. Oh, I don't want that. Undo, and we're gonna do this. Switch it up. Yeah. Oh, nope. And it's just kind of arbitrary, but this area in here, that's going to be the last to be conquered or whatever. That's where you should really consolidate your pushback, your counterattacks, because you don't know what else is coming down from Belarus, what it's in reserve. And once you commit anything over here, they're going to flood down. And that's going to be the reserves or whatever, So once there's like some kind of commitment, then they're going to counter that. So it's just how it is. That's just how war is. Because now they're going to make you think, have to adjust to that, because you're already like, okay, we got this right here. And they're going to disrupt you and, come out, the other way. And this is deadly. People are dying in the process. All throughout that, people are being killed. So it's just like now you're going to be able to handle that, but now people are being killed over here. What do I do? Whatever. But that's what's going to happen. So up in this region, they're going to have to. Oh, damn it. Counter whatever is going to come up. And this is the region. It needs to cut that off. And then hit there, something like that. Oops. Something of that effect. So regionally, that's what I'm thinking. And the only way to do that is be more mobile than they are. So I'm thinking, you know how that we had the Red Bull Express coming in during World War II. We landed. They already knew, like in World War II, the masses of everything that was landing on World War II. Building, ports, sinking ships. It's like fuck, we're gonna sink the ship so we can land more stuff here. And then they had those, things all the way coming in and shit like that. Appalachian overlord and shit. So I mean, it was the easy battle more or less. D-Day. I'm not saying it was, but that's because what's his face, the tank guy, Rommel, was not allowed to do what he wanted to do. Hitler pulled back his tanks, whatever, and they couldn't counterattack with his panzers and tigers and everything, and push him back. So we were able to push in deep, and we just held because we had the logistics there. And then we had the trucks just constantly going up, bringing down, like that constant cycle, constant movement. So we need constant movement because now what you see with these refugees or whatever, right? They need to come out. And they're going to use that to your advantage. And they said make corridors because now you have to deal with all those people coming out, and they hinder the war effort or whatever because things are pushing up. You need to get things over in that direction. So it needs to be this constant cycle. People who are not going to fight or wounded out or whatever, and then food, water, men coming in. You know what I'm saying? So you need more vehicles, as many vehicles you can have. So not just war vehicles, but like the trucks that could handle stuff. Because even you could think about it like this, right? You could get a dump truck. You could as many dump trucks as you could possibly get, right? What you do is you get a dump truck, right? Filled with rubble. Boom, right there, right in the middle of and then you just like make it so you can't, it can't be moved or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So well, you actually just dump the rubble, actually. I wouldn't say you want to destroy the vehicle, but I guess worst case scenario, you probably would. But so you just constantly fill it up with rubble from destroyed buildings and you dump it in the road constantly. Nonstop. Just doing it. That's how you get the civilian. All civilians need to be doing that. So you just commandeer every truck that Europe could give, needs to flood across the border. Because now in those trucks, whatever, you could put war supplies, men, food, water, and everything like that, and defensive material, but whatever, you know what I'm saying, like everything. So I think that's what you want to do. Let me adjust a little bit. Okay. And so you just want to be in that constant movement of people, whatever. The railways, I don't know why there's only one train. You need to find volunteers to put more trains on the track. That it needs to be constantly moving, constantly moving. I'm talking about like not just one, but as soon as one stops, another one comes there. You're bringing people out, you're bringing people and supplies in. You need to commandeer that trail route, that rail line. Boom, done. So So whatever Europe could contribute to a rail line, knowing it's going to probably get destroyed, then if one gets destroyed, you put up two more, whatever, just like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like they're going to have a wish list of stuff. You put another zero on that. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying, because I bet for real they're being polite. When we need X amount of whatever, because they're like, okay, this is what I want to ask, is what I'm going to give you. Like, no, I got you, and I'll do some more, you know. And you know what I'm saying? That's what that kind of attitude you need to have, you know what I'm saying? Not only do I got you, but I'll do you one better. That's what nations need to do with Ukraine. Because they don't fucking know. There's no way you could know exactly the amount. And you do get a kind of ratio of what you need, but you don't want to be false accurate. Well, since there's like 10,000 people, you don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what's going to get destroyed, what's going to be utilized, what's going to be then and there applicable. You'll have so much stuff stacked up in these circles over here that you're putting in there. As soon as they know, the only thing they need to do is fight. You take everything off their shoulders. You know what I'm saying? If they need this, then it's there. You know what I'm talking about? Whatever it is, you know, food, ammo, water, they got it. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need to do. And they could be able to push back. But that being said, there definitely needs to be a coalition of non-NATO allies that are going to contribute to the fight. And Moldavia needs to wake up, because they're going to be... This is Moldavian territory right here. Right here. And where Russian troops are. So... I mean, it's obvious. I'm not saying anything that's not obvious. They want Moldavia to take out the small countries first. Both the countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, you know, because they could just push in, boom, it's done. But that's NATO. That's what he wants to have happen. He's going to get what's the easiest stuff to get, Moldavia, Georgia. You know what I'm talking about? That's a given. And, you know, if you really think about it, what did Trump and Putin talk about? Dividing the world, more than likely. You know what I'm saying? You get this, I get that. You know what I'm saying? You get all the Slavic countries up to Poland, and then where Poland sort of merges into Germany. I don't fucking know, you know what I'm talking about? But all that, you know, Finland and Sweden. I mean, I think there's intelligence right now that know what Putin and Trump were talking about. And that's what he's going after. So he's already has that mindset. So Trump set in motion a bunch of things that Putin's doing, you know? Where it's okay, we could take over Mexico, Cuba, Canada, whatever. So it'd be that crazy thing what Trump wanted to do, whatever. You don't know, you know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. Like, you don't know what they talked about. But I could guarantee if Putin's going after this, there's some kind of divvying up the world we are not aware of. But I'm almost certain something to that effect was discussed, and they had those kind of discussions. I'll disrupt NATO or whatever. You could have this, and I could have that, and I'll be the richest man over here. Boom, I'll be an emperor over there. You know, because I'm guarded by these two oceans. You know, Atlantic and Pacific. And then we'll go after China after that. Give or take. So, he wants to rebuild the empire. I'll help you rebuild the empire, probably told Trump. And he did all these crazy shit. Well, that's crazy, but it follows a pattern, you know? So when people say, oh, we're going to take over Ukraine, not just up to the Dnipro River over here. See me. I mean, it's obvious. It's way more. He's going to, like one person says, he's going to go for as much as he can get. Because we're the pussies. We're the dumb motherfuckers. And since we're dumb and we're pussies, we deserve to be lied to. We deserve to be manipulated. We deserve to be conquered or whatever. Because that's who you are. And when you do that, when you say words like that, it means you're not a person. You're not a human. That's like that's what they say in Ukraine. They're pussies. They're dumb. They deserve to be manipulated. They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be put in mass graves. Um, shelling and all that stuff. They're not Russian enough. They're not human. That's what he's saying. And so that's kind of where I'm at with some people. It's like I can't deal. If you think all I deserve to be lied, manipulated, whatever, there's never gonna be a conversation. So me, instead of arguing back, I'm just not gonna deal with you. America is a huge country. I'm gonna deal with other groups of people. I'm talking about by and large, Italians, Irish, Black, Puerto Rican, people that I grew up in the Northeast. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to deal with other people that just want to lie to because of my color, my skin, because I have more melatonin. You know what I'm saying? I can't deal with it. I mean, I could deal with it, but I'm wasting my breath. Why am I going to deal with it when I know these people, if I'm good with them, by and large, they're going to be cool back to me? You know what I'm talking about? It just makes sense. Because I'm a human to them. You know what I'm saying? And I could deal with a little bit of racism. I go off a little too. You know what I'm talking about? I could deal with that. I could deal with a little bit. I can't deal with when there's no conversation. You know what I'm talking about? But put everything on the table. And obviously, there is no discussion. He's already invading these people, bombing and trying to depopulate the region because the populace is fighting to kill the populace, whatever. Um, so all the women, all the future of Ukraine, all the kids, they need to leave. Um, also, hold on, I'm gonna use the bathroom again. So I'm drinking a lot of coffee. In these regions, I think security type companies, outright military. I don't know if you could get like Polish military or what is this, Romanian military to start training people to go back in. And I'm thinking about women that are going to contribute to the fight. I'm going to use the bathroom. Let me just get in my head how they can contribute. Everybody needs to do something, I'm talking about, but where it's effective. You just want to send in people on a suicide mission to their doom, to be grounded up, whatever. You want them to be able to fight back and push back and instill democracy, whatever. You don't want to instill chaos. You want to eliminate that chaos so they can make that pivot towards democracy. And they already made that pivot to democracy. You know what I'm saying? So the hardest thing, fight chaos, then move to civility. I think psychologically, on so many levels, that's the hardest thing to do, and that's the bravest, toughest thing in the world to do. 1 second, I'm gonna brush my teeth, whatever. I just feel more comfortable after I do that. So VA, I'm actually using what you prescribed to me, has more fluoride. I'll go do that real quick. And I got my Ukraine bracelet on. Be back, hold up. Make sure I got everything. Okay. Women. Okay, Moldavia. So I don't forget. Well, I was just sitting down and thinking about it. Okay, so first things first before I get to that, because I want to, once I start talking about how it contribute, it goes into different areas of several different things. But I just want to finish out what I was talking about in this area right here with Transnidia um, and Moldavia. So we're gonna put, what is the colors of Moldavia? Colors of Moldavia. But in short, instead of thinking like nobody could, not only a few people become snipers, a lot of people, we gotta think like we'll train every woman to become a sniper. Colors of Moldavia. That's basically in short. Okay, so they're I don't really have a color. But we'll just put it as yellow. Is this yellow? Yeah. And that's what Moldavia needs to do. Once they, if Odessa gets occupied, the longer they hold out, the longer Moldavia needs to mobilize. And they need to make the decision and have the floor for it. I mean, right now we're like, well, we don't want to expand the, you know, the war or whatever, right? But it's, I'm looking at it from a different point of view, trying to end it as quickly as possible and making sure these people, this is taken care of. Like Russia's ended with, instead of waiting for them, you're making them adjust to you. You know what I'm talking about? So you could wait until Moldavia gets attacked and be like, okay, well, they're the one expanding it. You know it's going to happen. And it's kind of like being neighborly. This is Ukraine. It's my neighbor. I'm going to help him out. You know what I'm talking about? And you got to think like that, because if they can consolidate forces in that breakaway region of Moldavia, then they could just launch attacks in Moldavia eventually, 10 years, 5 years, whatever. But if they simply, that nominal force of Russians that are there now, Moldavia could overwhelm them in detail, because they could overwhelm them right there. Moldavia easily. Boom. I mean, so you don't even think for a second they can't. Moldavia can easily take care of the Russians that are in that corridor. Done. And now be like, look, instead of fighting, they'll just like this mass arrest them. I'll be like, look, you got to go. It might be a small little firefight, but just piece it out. Be like, look, no offense, we need to take control of this territory. That way, you're just not handing a free corridor to Russians all the way up Ukraine. Make it difficult for them. Slow them down. Have some kind of legal battle over there. Be like, no, man, this is our territory. We can't let you in. So now you didn't go to war with Russia. You're just trying to expel that out, and you're consolidating your border. So you're consolidating your border, not going to war with Russia. You expel the Russian troops. Now they're forced to go to war with Moldavia. So instead of the verse that they're taking care of Russians or whatever inside of Moldavia, speaking, they're protecting them. Now they can't use that. Now they have to, it will take longer for them to do it. You know what I'm saying? Hours, days, weeks, or whatever, I'm talking about. So I'm not trying to look at chat. I'll just ignore it. So I don't know. Like, I'm now going off on a tangent, and I'm surmising what's gonna happen in Moldavia. But I can guarantee you that's an easy walk-in. Don't allow an easy walk-in. Do everything under whatever Moldavia could do to prevent that and delay them politically, tactically, movement-wise, or whatever. So just like deputize a lot of people in Moldavia to go over into that breakaway region and just start arresting those people, whatever, so they can't use it, and then set up border guards right there at that, so they can't just walk over. And honestly, I would just like fortify it so they can't go all the way up. You don't want a launching pad into your country. You just don't. Because once they're there, they'll set up other things that indirectly attack you anyways. So you could pretend like, it's happening across the border in Ukraine and wait till it gets to you. I'm talking about, if they take care of Ukraine, you're done war. So, you know what I'm saying? So you want to be in constant contact with Ukraine. How about that? You want to be at one, I wouldn't say lockstep. That's kind of Hitler's, whatever, but you want to be on the same page. There we go. That's a good analogy. Nagel is that. You know, I'm talking about you're moving as one. All the 9 aligned countries in NATO, you need to be on the same page. It's like, Georgia, what can you do? Are you able to counterattack over there and take over more forces? Good, do that. Are you right now getting resupplied and building up, your war chest or whatever, getting more materials? Good, do that. Call up Armenia, whatever. I'm talking about. Get everybody on the phone. It's constantly, speaking to people, whatever. I'm talking about. That's what Moldavia needs to start doing. What can you give me? You know what I'm saying? And so we could fight back. And Ukraine got to be like that. It's like, Brazil, what's up? I'm talking about. Can you send over, whatever, tune or whatever? I'm saying? Some shit. I'm saying? What can you do? Like every fucking country. Matter of fact, people need to advocate. Like, look, I'm going to delegate you, whatever quartermaster, whatever, to get stuff for Ukraine or whatever. You know what I'm saying? For this city, I want this quartermaster for this city, and that quartermaster for that city. You know what I'm saying? So you delegate it out or whatever. So probably, you'd be a Ukrainian, and then maybe Romanian, Polish, Czech, German, Lithuanian, whatever, Estonia, whatever, could take it and be like, this is what you're in charge of, whatever. Just keep supplying that city. You know what I'm talking about? And so you just get this worldwide effort to hold down this town, this population center, or whatever else like that. Because you want to take everything off of their table. You know what I'm talking about? Before it's even an issue. Then you could get in arms and all that other stuff. But first, get what they need. You know what I'm talking about? This is like food, water, clothing, that type of thing, or whatever. And you're making the calls to those other countries, whatever it is. Dominican Republic, what can you do? You know what I'm saying? What do you got? You know what I'm saying? Every little country. Tonga, what do you got? Give me some fish. You need to get off that island, man. I'm telling you, man. It's like a lot of people will be like, there you go, man. A lot of Pacific Islanders, whatever. They're stuck on that island. They need money. Boom. Go to Ukraine. And Russians come up to like a huge fucking Polynesian, picks them up. I'm just saying, they're stuck at the island, man. It's like, fuck, get them off the island. They don't see the world over there, but get a little bit of money, I do this. Because a lot of them, it's shameful. Like, there's a lot of Tongans, not a lot, but a significant amount of Tongans on there that got deported from the United States, being in gangs and Australia and stuff like that. So, there needs to be better integration with Pacific Island people, Micronesian, Polynesian, anyways, I'm native, so I think about those things. Point being is there is a resource. And I know everybody right now has their own view, and a lot of new people are looking at me like, we're very certain people. How about that? We all have our own opinions. Okay? Now I'm going to move on. That my point is there is resources been out there all around the world. Putin, we got to use this to unify the world, to make the world a better place. Whatever is thrown at us, we're going to make the world a better place. So they're calling in expats, Ukrainians. I'm thinking, what else is a huge population? Polish, Germans, Romanians around the world or whatever that are familiar with the language should go in. That's my thinking. And then I said, Polynesians and stuff like that. Native people, English speakers. I'm thinking there's decent enough English. That'll be like the second tier of people going in, whatever, because you need to communicate like readily, like in battle. You need to, you know, what I'm saying, go back and forth, whatever. So, um, that's what's gonna win. So all those materials, you know, like walkie talkies and what Elon Musk sent in with Starlink and everything. So even more of that, you know, because you're already saying if you use Starlink, it's going to be targeted. Already know that it's going to be targeted. You know what I'm saying? So you want to be redundant. You know, you want to make it fail safe. You know, no matter what happens, you already have enough there to deal with what you got to do. But my point is that's the area, that's the problem I have not figured out, but I know it has to be figured out. So if I could get help in that sliver of the pie or whatever, figuring out what can the world contribute that is non-NATO, that won't set off a NATO Russia conflict or whatever. And there's so many countries in the world, so that brain trust and our intellect needs to figure out that problem, needs to work that problem, because it's sort of it's beyond what I really know. But I know that it's this one country of Ukraine, and if all our countries come together and supply it and help it out, and they're able to fully utilize their manpower to fight, this is a done deal. But it's just a weekend, but we need to start doing that now because it takes days and weeks for that to have happen. And so the sooner we do that, the better off we are. And hopefully me saying is out there, getting these ideas out there into people that could discern what I'm trying to get at and build on top of that and make it happen. But like, this is the best for Ukraine. This is also what we're trying to do. Hey, that makes sense. You know, talk about what Dave's talking about. Or he doesn't really know this is happening over there. So that's probably not what we're trying to do, because I could be completely wrong about that one area of Odessa and everything. But, you know, it being cut off. And then once you have it cut off, you basically neutralize this whole, where that circle is, this whole area in here. You know, saying so. And you want to do that. You want to cut off as much parts of Ukraine as possible so they can't be mobile and communicate. So are we? And the thing is, you see all those trains coming out. You see one train. It really gets me. I'm really concerned about how the movement of people is just not there. And people are talking about 1 million refugees. You got 20 million refugees. You know, you got to unlock the hinges of whatever restraints of refugees. You know, I'm talking about whatever paperwork they got. If it's outdated or whatever, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? That's in a perfect world. If they have it on them, they need this to take that with you, and you got to tell them it's okay. This, you know, a library card, but you know, like that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever document you have that prove that you're a person of, you know, Ukrainian or whatever, don't let that be a barrier for them to leave. You know what I'm saying? Remove all the barriers that restrict the movement of people. And so in these areas where the blue circles where all the refugees are coming, that's where they're going. So you want to make them also, they're not in the war zone, so you got to even make more movements. They're already doing it. You already see it. I'll just use green. So they're going to, whoops. I'll just erase that. They're going to deeper parts of Europe, you know, Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, England, whatever, Sweden, Portugal. But you get whatever is there and you remove them so they could receive more people. You keep moving them, because you're thinking a million, think 10, 20 times that. That's what you want to get ready for or whatever, because it's going to be crazy. And that's to be expected, because they're going to drive that population out and force them to burden them with food and water and be like, this is what Russia's doing. Since you're causing so many casualties, we'll give in to stop all this madness or whatever. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to destroy as much boom, 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 as, just drive that population out or whatever, and kill as much as people, depopulate or whatever, cause much death and destruction. It's undeniable, but like, okay, we're gonna kill all of you unless you give in. That's what they're trying to do. You either submit or you die. That's the only thing you get. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, if they give in, you're gonna be relocated. You're not Russian enough or whatever, but they're gonna try to fool you. Be like, no, you're gonna be okay. You know what I'm talking about? Now everything's going to be fine. No, everything's not going to be fine. They're gonna have secret police and pull out all the ringleaders and all that other stuff, and have summarily executions and stuff like that. And because you are a problem, you want democracy, you want to overthrow Russia, so that's not an option. Giving in is not up. They made only one option: you fight or you die. That's the only option they gave Ukrainians. So why are they surprised? Why are we surprised or whatever? But they're gonna try to fool Ukrainians, be like, look, see, if you give in, you'd be okay, and just make it easier for them. Whatever they could do to drive in further, they give up more territory, and to make less people fight, they're gonna do. And now they figured out, the old school, just destroying everything and moving forward, whatever. So you got to prevent them from moving forward. So you need to be the aggressors on them. You know what I'm saying? So wherever you can, wherever it's advantageous, So don't. Like in the history books, I know I'm reading a lot into things, whatever. As Napoleon came into Moscow and all these attacks, whatever, they keep saying, well, these were fighting retreats, whatever. And I'm starting to believe that these fighting retreats are, where they were held, were legitimate, where they thought they could hold the enemy, whatever, and then they sort of acknowledged they had to pull back or whatever. As organized as possible to keep that mating force intact as possible. I think that's what's important. If you got to pull back, but remain intact as a fighting force or whatever. I'm talking about. It's like, so it's all right. So you stop and delay as much as possible. Then you move back, build up your fortifications at this road, this town, cause as much damage as possible, whatever, then gradually make them fight for every inch. Just that's what you got to do. And never stop building those fortifications and slowing down. There's another battle that I want to show. There's two that are really, really good. Was it Caesar? Okay, I know one was Hannibal. And I'm not talking about Cannae. Cannae was a brilliant battle too. Where you draw them in, and then boom, right from the sides, your troops. And that's sort of what you got to do with Kyiv, saying if you could have them drive in, build up a force, you cut them off, and you pincer them. That's ideally what you're trying to do as much as possible. And even on small scale, they got the column coming, but that's what you're already doing. So I'm not going to get into small tactics, whatever. They're learning quickly and knowing what to do. So, but on a larger scale, if you make them commit to a certain action, and then you surprise attack them from the sides and flank them, obviously that's kind of obvious, but wherever you could do that, do that. But that's like, Cannae is like really, people look at it, but it is so brilliantly played out. And at the end of it, like they had the Celtics hold the line because they actually hated the Romans and they fought them, almost retreated them down, and they, so much so they couldn't even swing their swords at the end of it, but they knew they pushed the Celts back or whatever, right? And they're like, fuck these Celts, whatever, the Romans. So they charged, well, in charge, but they went after the Celts or whatever, and that's when Hannibal's heavy infantry just closed in systematically, and the cavalry, because they had hell of a cavalry, be able to beat the Roman cavalry usually. They were already rested out, and they closed the door, and it was just annihilated or whatever. That's canonic, whatever. But Kings and Generals has a brilliant thing about it. It wasn't done over a course of hours. It was done in the course of the whole day, man. Imagine swinging your sword the whole fucking day. You know, I'm talking about you can't even do anything. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, heavy infantry is coming in. And so, and they use the Celts, like they use their hate against them. You know what I'm talking about? So, and that's sort of what's happened politically. It's like, well, they're throwing this neo-Nazi language back and forth. So, but it's not really working. How is it working on Ukrainians? I mean, they're white people. I mean, like, how is that happening? I mean, it's like, most people just look at it to Russians and Slavic people. Probably that makes sense because, it's like, with Latinos, we know the difference, whatever. Other people don't know the difference. They say they know the difference because everybody wants to be like, oh, we know how to deal with every different kind of people, but they don't. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, you don't. And so it's like we want to say we know the difference between all the Slavic people. To us, they're all the same thing. But to them, it's all different. Like Ukrainians, Russians, Belarusians, and Polish, and is what's that country right there? Latvia? I don't know. Like, so I guess it's sort of kind of Lithuania. Anyways, those type of countries, but it's all different. And these subtleties, so we don't know, you know what I'm saying? But they use these subtle differences against us, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, you shouldn't be so emotional about something at all. But you gotta have this grim determination that he's coming in and he wants a certain type of Ukrainian, one that's loyal to Russia, that looks a certain way, that behaves a certain way, and you don't fucking know what it is. You might know, you probably know a good part of it, but you don't know. You know what I'm talking about? Because what's going to happen is it's going to be power. He wants to keep the Ukrainians there that are going to hold him in power and give him money. And if you're not going to give Putin money, power, and what he needs, you're done. 1 second. Maybe growing up in an Italian family, and they always looked at me like being a Spaniard, like I'm on like the auxiliary to the Roman Empire, Spain, Roman Catholic and all that other stuff. Um, don't get me wrong, I definitely have a very good Andalusian and Malcolm X tinge to everything. If you try to say I'm not a good this or good that or whatever, but growing up in an Italian household, and I really had this affinity, uh, this destroy towards the Roman legions, whatever. I always read up on it and everything. So this, then they always like like he's like he could be Augustus Caesar, the adopted son. So I'm adopted, and then before my godparents died. A few of them were like Lucchese and the mafia or whatever. Like them, but they had cancer before I was born. But it just sticks on you, and so they see this kid, it's native and everything, and they want them to like their culture. And so like, oh, this guy likes Roman legions, and they put all that kind of stuff, and them being tough, and all that other stuff. Of course, they're gonna teach me about this and who came out of Hispania, and all that other stuff. Look at this, and it's okay, that you're dark. In Sicily, they were conquered or whatever. They have a little bit of you know, Arabic or whatever, saying down there in Spain, Andalusian. And me being dark, whatever, primarily being from native blood, but some people will be like, okay, well, he looks like this, he looks Arab or Hindu or whatever. But oh, that's fine. That's part of the Roman Empire, they're just very, uh, the Italian side was just very open towards me, more so the German side, and I'm not going to get into it, but that started my affinity with the Roman legions, because they just gave me all these books and everything, and that's how I started to learn how to read, um, by reading, history and cohorts and all that stuff. But back then, kids encyclopedias and reading kids encyclopedias, the volumes or whatever, they were all very general, and you kept reading the same thing over again, because it's all, I guess I guess now you just realize this kind of marketing, they've changed. Like you one set of encyclopedias, and the next year the encyclopedias come out again, but they only changed one thing. I was like, only changed like one thing or whatever. I don't really like this one or whatever. And then you get like this hodgepodge of like encyclopedias or whatever, and then you start reading, the more expensive, name brand ones. But that's what they put in front of you, and it's just like, and to you, it's just like, about castles and everything, and then other people are like, what is he doing, learning about castles and stuff like that, and then my extended relative be like, we're talking about castles were invented in Castile into Spain, he's Spanish or whatever, and Native American, so it's like the last of his people, so it's just like you always had that mentality inside of you. So I don't know, I don't know, it was just something I learned very young. Um, I don't know, just I was always just had this draw towards military doctrine or whatever, that kind of thing, like this cool shit. I mean, I'm not saying like how applicable it is, but I just liked it. It was cool. It was like this being, they pushed, that Indians were, are a tough people, whatever. I guess maybe it was also a survival mechanism for them, because they want to be like, no, he's part of us. And there's like the German side or whatever. It's just like, maybe it was just like a family play too, like going back and forth, saying like that kind of thing. And it was definitely that at some level. I don't know. I could get into it, but I'm not. Kind of personal. But oh, that he's a warrior, so I'm saying it's just like, so he could be this one day. I'm talking about, he could be president. He could do this. He was born in America, so you don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? So, and me being able to pick up things a little bit quicker than people around me is like, hey, look what he could do. So I remember that a lot. Anyways, going back to the Roman Legion, I was going to bring up a battle. Who built Germany? The Franco Empire. Holy Roman Empire. Let's bring up that whole thing. The Holy Roman. What did oh, what's his name? The poet from France. It was never Holy Roman or Empire, but the person that started it. Anyway. Ah, Charlemagne.
It's the middle.
Here we go. So this gets to what I was talking about, slowing them down, knowing your territory, knowing anything you do to slow them down, even if it slows down for an hour or whatever, you know. I mean, getting to those things. So now you have an hour to prepare something that slows them down for 2 hours. Now you have 2 hours to slow them down for a day. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. That's the mentality you want to get everywhere they can. You know what I'm saying? And where you could slow them down, hinder them, where you could hinder them again. So now you want to bring as best case scenario, you want to be able to kill them where they can't kill you, so you can kill them again. You know what I'm talking about? So you want to keep making those kind of scenarios and that kind of environment. You know what I'm saying? But at the very least, you want to be able to slow them down, so where you could slow them down even more again, where you can then put them into a battle space where you could attack them and you could get the least casualties or whatever. So that's the kind of thing you always want to do. So you hit them. That's oh okay. Quickly, like in these areas, in these circles, you want to train a lot of women snipers like en masse. So that's like the Roman Legion. Like you got like people with the small arms, pistols, shotguns, a lot of the AKs or whatever. Let's be real. That's more close in fighting. Granted, it's at a distance, but in this day and age, let's put that to analogous as that's your gladius, that's your sword or whatever, right? So that's that close in fighting, right? Now, what is that distance? Now you want to elongate that be able to kill. I don't know if there's a term, whatever that killing distance, your killing range. It'll be like your javelin, not the missile, but like the Roman type of throwing javelin. So that is your like your bows and arrows or whatever. You know, it has a longer reach. It has you know, that's your crossbow. It would be the snipers, you know, and one sniper is not going to do shit. So you want to train the people that are there to have better marksmanship, whatever. So you elongate their reach en masse, whatever, right? Because then en masse, whatever, they'll be able to have, you know, more casualties and be more accurate. But you want to have more Pacific snipers training in the rear, women that are really good, so they could overwatch. Like you have all the men getting up and close or whatever, you know what I'm talking about. So that's the best thing to do. So as much as women you can to be recruited into Overwatch, the men like with artillery, the complicated vehicles, over the horizon, artillery trucks, that kind of thing. So and they could, you know, they'd have that to move it back and walk it back, um, the longer range type of military elements. So, and my thinking is that's where you can mobilize the women to do that. You know, those type of things they have now. They have time to learn it, and then you could move them into place. Um, but so you need to send in a lot of like people who train marksmanship, whatever, into those circles right there in those regions, and you set up those kind of types of things, and you send them in into the refugees that are there, and then they come in, they come back out, they train, and they go back in. So that's what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? So you might want to unleash some of the restrictions, like I'm going here to train or whatever, and I come back, or on the border regions of Ukraine, that kind of thing. So maybe just inside the border, because then that might be an issue, actually. So inside here, this is where you train, or maybe it's not safe here. In this type of region, give or take. You start training like snipers and that kind of thing. People with longer reach and be able to kill, more sophisticated stuff that takes a while to learn. So now you're slowing them down. Why are you slowing them down? So you can mobilize, so you can learn the more complicated war more equipment. There has to be a reason why you slow them down. You can't just slow them down so everybody has AKs. So, and they got to be like going through the manuals. This is how you do this. This is how you do this. You have to do that. I mean, finding the people that could read the manual, whatever, and be like, hey, boom, boom, boom. This is how you do it. It's simple. You know what I'm saying? So you need to fast track all that shit. All right, I'm just thinking out loud. But you slow them down so they get better prepared. And so that's what you want to do. And there's a resource, a woman willing to fight Russians, had a lot of snipers and infantry women during World War II. It's not uncommon. But instead of going in there with just an AK, think at a higher level. What is a higher level that you can contribute? And what can we enable them at a higher level contribute? Why? How can we use the delaying actions the most effectively? I think is the macro, what we really want to do. So delaying them again so they could be grinded down to nothing. No, there needs to be a reason why they're slowing them down, and we need to supply them with that equipment that they're delaying them to learn so they could have the counterattack. And there's no doubt in my mind that Ukraine will win. There just isn't. They're going to be sucked in and they're going to be annihilated. And because they're coming in and annihilating whatever. But I think just the opposite's going to happen. Like, people are just going to know what's happening. And it's still early on. They're already saying, fuck this. We're not allowing this shit to happen. And they're just going at it. So, I mean, it's just so obvious. The Russians are sustaining casualties at a rate that is just not being sustained. And they're relying to more desperate attempts to make them capitulate so they don't have to fight them. They're trying to make the Ukrainians give in so they don't have to fight them because they know they're going to lose. If you know you're going to win, you wouldn't have to do all this shit. It's sort of counterintuitive, and we could go down, like, split hairs down the whole thing or whatever, the semantics of it all, whatever. But the fact of the matter is that if you know you have to obliterate the population to win, there's just no way you could take over the whole country. Because all they're going to do is delay them enough. And right now, that thing is being attrited down. And then right where you slow them down to actually have a fighting force, that the civilians are no longer civilians. They're now professional grade military, whatever, or akin to that, and they know exactly what to do because all those people have fought already, filtered in, taught them what to do. On people that don't want to fight to begin with, that's going to hit them like a sledgehammer, you know what I'm saying, when the counterattack's gonna happen. And then once that happens, that's when Russia's gonna play its reserve card, and that's what you gotta prepare for. That's my main concern. So once the commitment of the counterattack happens, then the counterattack to that happens. But that I pretty much know they're already spent. So and everybody's like Russia says infinite. Maybe during the Cold War, not now. They built up a certain amount, and we're taking out faster than they can produce it. I mean, and we're shutting off everything. And I'm telling you right now, we have to close the door to every man, woman, and everybody they cannot leave the country, and no one could go into the country, whatever, that kind of thing. Because I think at this point it's kind of dangerous. So you close it in, let them resolve the problem. And I was reading a book by Harry Turtledove. So you want to speak to that author. And before I get into that scenario, this is an alternative history. But it's sort of based on, human behavior to an extent and already historical events, but kind of reversed and turned around or whatever. So there is something a plot point that he came up with that you need to talk to, and I don't want to state what it is, but I state what it is. That way, it'll be translated into like Russian or Ukrainian, whatever, and then given up to Putin, and he could act beforehand, saying, and this way you have days to actually act for that. So speak to him about a plot point that extends into Settling Accounts is a series, the very last series of if the Confederacy won the Civil War, and it goes all the way up to that. So there's a plot point that extends the grapple, the second to last book, and In at the Death. So there's a very plot point that it involves Philadelphia in that story. Involves Philadelphia. So that's the plot point I want to get. And what I'm saying, that's why you want to close down all the borders. You need to, nothing goes in and out. Like no vehicles, no people, no nothing. Close it like Saw. So speak to Harry Turtledove, that plot point that goes into both those books. And that way you get a couple of days head start on that. Anyways.
Of August of the year 778,
Slowing them
the
down.
Frankish army is returning home after a half-year-long campaign in the Iberian Peninsula. A long line of riders, footmen, baggage carts, and camp followers stretch out through the valleys somewhere in the Pyrenees. King Charles rides in the van, among his most important vassals, talking about the new Saxon threat that has emerged on the other side of the realm. Then, the sound of unexpected upheaval somewhere from behind grabs the attention of the riders. An unforeseen battle that would make its mark on medieval culture has just begun. This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. If you ever wish to know the thrill of commanding champions into battle, then we strongly recommend you check out the mobile game Raid Shadow Legends. Free-to-play Raid Shadow Legends places you in Teleria, of amazing in-game and physical prizes. Want an extra edge? Click on the link in the description below, and you will begin with 50,000 silver and an epic champion, the perfect start to win glory. It's late September of the year 768. Frankish nobility have gathered in the Basilica of St. Denis to witness the funeral ceremony of the recently deceased King Pepin the Short, who successfully ruled over the Frankish realm for nearly 3 decades. Among those that attended the funeral were 2 of the heirs to the late King Pepin, ambitious brothers Charles and Carloman, who, according to Frankish custom, were both to inherit their father's throne and jointly rule the kingdom. The modern consensus is that Pepin's sons barely tolerated each other, and soon this lack of brotherly affection proved to be a threat to the unity of the Frankish kingdom. Shortly after the change to the Frankish throne, a revolt broke out in Aquitaine, which was under the joint rule of both brothers. Both were expected to react to this issue, yet Carloman retreated back north in the wake of his quarrels with Charles. From that point on, their relationship deteriorated even further, requiring their mother to mediate between them. Unsurprisingly, this lack of unity between rulers was to the detriment of the Frankish state, and internal crisis loomed on the horizon. But in 771, the younger brother Carloman suddenly died, apparently from natural causes, which was certainly suspicious as he was only 20 at the time. Shady or not, the death of Carloman was all too convenient for Charles, who became the sole king of the Franks and immediately began to consolidate his power along with making plans to extend his kingdom. It's fair to say that Charles was a right man in the right place, a man of impressive physical presence, quick-witted and energetic, strong-willed, but also jovial at the banquet table. These traits secured the loyalty of many Frankish nobles across his broad kingdom. Fortunate to inherit a relatively stable domain, Charles undertook a number of military campaigns to extend his political reach and satiate personal ambitions. He answered the appeal of the newly elected Pope Adrian, a convenient excuse to invade and subdue the neighboring kingdom of the Lombards. Although it took him several years to fully incorporate the northern Italian region into the Frankish realm, Charles simultaneously campaigned on the eastern frontier, pitting himself against pagan Saxons, longtime opponents of the Franks. The Saxons' unbending attitude and heavily wooded lands between the Rhine and Elbe rivers didn't make the task any easier, and the war to the east preoccupied a good part of Charles's military potential for many years to come. In late 777, a Frankish diet met in Paderborn to discuss the issues concerning the subdued Saxons and other tribes. Apart from regular lawmaking duties, King Charles had received envoys of discontented Muslim provincial governors of Al-Andalus, seeking military assistance against the rising power of the Emirate of Cordoba, the biggest and strongest state on the other side of the Pyrenees. Charles saw this as a promising opportunity to extend his rule into northern Iberia and agreed to help. Early the next year, a two-pronged Frankish invasion crossed the Pyrenees. While the eastern contingent marched to capture the city of Barcelona, Charles personally led the second army, aiming to take Pamplona, a traditional Basque stronghold currently occupied by an Umayyad garrison. The attack was hardly a challenge, as the city's defenses were in poor condition, and in no time Charles's men overwhelmed the garrison. The campaign went smoothly, and both Frankish armies were to rendezvous near Zaragoza, a much more formidable fortress. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Charles realized that the local governor was not going to submit to the Franks, and thus a siege was laid. Despite having enough men to fully encircle the stronghold, Charles had little siege equipment at his disposal to soften the Muslim governor and take the city in a timely manner, so the siege and entire campaign in northern Iberia stalled. Yet after a month of maintaining a fruitless blockade, Charles was offered a considerable amount of gold and hostages in exchange for the Franks leaving the city. At first, he hesitated to accept this offer, but upon hearing reports that the Saxons were on the verge of another rebellion on the other end of his kingdom, he hesitated no longer, lifted the siege, and departed on his journey back home. On the way back, Charles's path once again led through Pamplona, where he took fairly harsh measures to subdue the disobedient Basque population, as he had heard rumors of collusion between locals and the Umayyad officials. The already damaged city walls were razed to the ground to prevent Pamplona from being used as a center of possible future unrest. In addition, upon leaving the region, some nearby Basque towns and villages were set ablaze, undoubtedly enraging and antagonizing the local population. The consequences of these actions were to hit the Frankish king far sooner than he might have imagined. In the middle of August, the Frankish army was traveling the narrow passes of the Pyrenees, looking forward to finally setting foot in Gaul. Due to their large numbers, the column stretched over several kilometers throughout the mountains. The heavily loaded baggage train lagged slightly behind the main body, also slowing down the rear guard, which consisted of mainly well-trained and heavily armored cavalrymen meant to defend the loot stored on the carts. Eventually, in an inopportune moment of rest, hundreds of javelins, arrows, and other missiles rained down upon the exposed Frankish rear guard, caught completely by surprise. Countless Basque tribesmen stormed down the hills and struck the stretched line of the unprepared Frankish cavalrymen, immediately causing chaos among their ranks. Basque mountain warriors, wearing virtually no armor and wielding little more than short spears, would ordinarily pose no threat to Frankish mounted units on an open field in traditional battle, but thanks to extensive knowledge of the local terrain and using the element of surprise, they quickly gained an upper hand over the nominally superior Franks. In a matter of minutes, the battle turned into a slaughter. Gradually, Frankish warriors tried to force their way out of the onslaught and save their very lives. Yet out of roughly 2,000 men in the rear guard, only mere dozens survived. King Charles was immediately informed about the ambush, but he could do nothing to save his rear guard, which was virtually wiped out. Many Frankish nobles and some high officials perished in the narrow mountain passage. Moreover, the majority of war supplies and all of the gold he had acquired from Zaragoza was lost. In the span of a few hours, Charles's moderately successful campaign in Iberia turned.
It's an okay one. I think this one's better.
Now, he hoped that a show of strength just outside the city walls, King of the Franks and the Lombards, was marshalling his...
I mean, but the point is that you got to get them where they're grouped up and you could annihilate them.
It's August 778.
To spread them out
Charlemagne,
where if you
king of the
attack them, they
Franks and
can't
the
fully
Lombards, was marshalling his army back north
attack.
across the Pyrenees after spending much of the summer campaigning in northern Spain.
So as
The
they're coming into
Frankish
the
army
city,
marched along a narrow
you could
Roman
divide it
road.
up the line.
A thick pine forest towered over the army column that stretched 10 kilometers. Then, as the sun was setting, the silence was broken when one of Charlemagne's prominent lieutenants from the rear guard raised the alarm. It was the sound of the horn of Roland, coming from just beyond the Roncevaux Pass. With the mountain blocking their view, Frankish leadership in the vanguard had no way of knowing what was taking place on the other side of the pass. Play as the most powerful hero in the world and encounter millions of real players in the world's biggest and most badass mobile game, Raid Shadow Legends.
I mean, if you got a 40-mile long column, if you attack the back of it or the front of it, there's no way all the way in the back of it to get to the front. So you look at it, what is a combat, what is where you get attacked and they can attack you and annihilate it.
You can build your team, develop your champions, and raid your way.
So if they have like a mile of just supply trucks or whatever that are not combat or whatever, you destroy that quarter mile or mile long of much as you could get, and then you disappear. So you don't go after the tank. You go after the tanks where you can, the combat vehicles where you can, but
until October 15th. So now is a great time to start.
You got to keep your eyes on the whole column the whole way. Like, okay, here, right in this stretch of the mile-long whatever, keep annihilating as it comes in.
Sets to win. And that's not all. This month is packed with awesome events and tournaments, including one with a brand new feature, Super Raids, where you can double up your rewards and speed up your progress. This is excellent for new players. Get a huge head start in Raid by hitting the link in the description or scanning my QR code to receive an epic hero, Chinoru, 200k silver,
So that should be like
XP
priority
boost,
number one. If you
one
see a
energy
gas truck,
refill,
whatever,
one
light it
ancient
up.
shard. Start your adventure in Raid Shadow Legends.
This is the one I should have showed. I'm gonna take a break. Go over my
It
notes.
is the year 777. Charlemagne, the king of the Franks and the Lombards, had just concluded his third campaign against the intractable Saxons. The war had by now gone unabated for 5 years. After another resounding victory, Charlemagne discharged his troops, and settling on Paderborn, he summoned his itinerary council to determine the lay of the land. Charlemagne ordered the Frankish magnates and the newly conquered Saxons to attend the assembly in a triumphant show of strength. As with the outcome of the previous two campaigns in 773 and 775, the main issue that consumed them was the integration of Saxony into the Frankish kingdom. They set to baptizing many Saxon nobles and arranged for the taking of hostages. Christian missionaries were recruited to confront and convert the pagans. At the same time, legal dictates and sanctions were introduced to break Saxon defiance. The death penalty was the brutal fate for those who indulged in pagan rituals or resisted and refused to countenance the king's law. Charlemagne was convinced that these measures would conclude the affair against the stubborn pagans between the Rhine and the Elbe rivers. His severe and unwavering stance earned him the nickname the Butcher of the Saxons. Also at the meeting was a delegation of Muslims from Al-Andalus, representing the pro-Abbasid governors of Barcelona and Girona, Suleiman al-Arabi, Hussein of Zaragoza, and Abu Tor of Huesca. The three disgruntled governors were plotting to help reinstate Abbasid rule in Al-Andalus. Still, their main objective was to maintain their autonomy from the Umayyad emir of Cordoba, Abd al-Rahman, otherwise known as the Falcon of the Quraysh. His rise to power in the emirate was speedy and effective, much to the dismay of the three governors, who turned to Charlemagne for help in exchange for their allegiance. Charlemagne, the puppet master who never tired of an opportunity to expand his empire, sealed the alliance with the three governors. The prospect of an easy takeover of northern Iberia was too enticing, so he put his efforts in Saxony on hold and prepared to march west the next spring. Even Pope Adrian encouraged Charlemagne's new venture in a bid to divert the ambitions of Moorish pirates set on launching attacks from Spain onto the Italian coast. Charlemagne divided his force in two. His uncle, Duke Bernard, commanded troops from Provence, Septimania, and Italy. They advanced along the Roman Via Domitia, tasked with crossing the Pyrenees and marching towards Barcelona. Meanwhile, the Frankish king led the main body of the army. Men from Burgundy, Austrasia, Neustria, and Bavaria marched along the Via Arbasturica Bertigalum. Besides planning a two-pronged attack against northern Spain, he wanted to shore up Frankish authority in Vasconia. Although subdued in 766 and 769, the Basque-ruled duchy remained unscathed. The area south of the river Garonne was still largely self-governed. Beginning in 778, Charlemagne appointed loyal and capable Frankish counts on the lands bordering Vasconia, thereby undermining the influence of the Basque nobles. Once across the Pyrenees, the initial stage of the campaign in Iberia went well. Girona and Barcelona surrendered in the east, while in the west, the Franks drove out the Umayyad garrison from Pamplona, the Basque capital. The Frankish leadership advanced to Zaragoza, expecting a warm welcome by Hussein. However, the city gates remained closed. During the several months since the meeting at Paderborn, The governor of Zaragoza had successfully repelled Umayyad attempts to take the city. Thinking that he could now maintain his autonomy without Frankish interference, he was reluctant to surrender the city to Charlemagne. Upon learning of this, the Frankish king decided to besiege the city. Zaragoza was the capital of the upper march of Al-Andalus. Situated on the banks of the Ebro, it boasted considerable fortifications and a mighty citadel. Taking it by storm would be nearly impossible. Despite this, the Frankish army was large enough to surround the city and restrict its port access. But having previously expected the city to surrender peacefully, as per the agreement he had with Hussein, Charlemagne brought far too few siege engines to breach the city's formidable defenses. Now, he hoped that a show of strength just outside the city walls would strike fear into the population and force the governor to submit. Indeed, a troubled Hussein soon offered to pay off the Franks to leave, an offer met with obstinance from Charlemagne.
Obstinate, huh?
The siege dragged on for a month, with Charlemagne's troops becoming increasingly worn out. What is more, the Frankish leadership began fearing an outbreak of disease among the rank and file, a common occurrence during long sieges. Worse still, news came that trouble was brewing on the other end of the kingdom, where unrest was again seething in the troublesome Saxon region. Aware that a rebellion would undo years of progress in the war against the Saxons.
All right, I just thought of something. So we need to inoculate everybody in Ukraine with from COVID or whatever, so that would be taken out of the issue. Any kind of thing like that would preempt any kind of disease or whatever. You know, actually, food and water would be a great deterrent to any kind of disease and prevent that, obviously, because then you're healthy. You got also vitamin C. Make sure, you got a healthy diet going in. So, I just thought of that.
And threaten the eastern border of the kingdom, Charlemagne agreed to negotiate with Hussein. He received large sums of gold, as well as several important prisoners. While not ideal, this solution was acceptable, as it enabled the Frankish king to retrace his steps back across the Pyrenees mountains to deal with the unrest in the east. But before leaving the Iberian Peninsula, the Frankish king decided to further secure his hold on the Basque territory. He dispersed contingents to eliminate.
This gives a very thorough background to the battle that it was about to happen. So the past is what I'm really getting at. So this gives you everything to lead up to it, and it's really thorough. I like History March; it's really good. As opposed to Bayes is pretty good. It's kind of general. Kings in General is really thorough too.
Any possible opposition from the native tribes in the region, razing towns and villages to the ground, believing that many Basques were secretly allied with the Moors. According to some sources, during this stage of the retreat, Charlemagne was ambushed by the men of Al-Arabi. The Franks took the governor of Barcelona and Girona hostage after the unsuccessful conquest of Saragossa, for failing to deliver the upper march of Al-Andalus as he had promised. Although the Franks did not suffer any losses, Al-Arabi was rescued and returned to Saragossa, where he could help lead the resistance against both the Umayyad Emirate of Cordoba and the Frankish kingdom. As Charlemagne neared the Pyrenees, his strategy turned to Pamplona. Worried that the Basque capital could become a center of defiance against further Frankish ambitions in the region, he determined to destroy the city's fortress walls. His strategy backfired badly. The Basques turned on the Frankish king, forcing him to garrison troops in the area as the ascent into the mountains began. August 15th,
That's what I was getting at.
78, found the Frankish army
When you got
ascending
long
steadily
lines of
north
supply.
through the mountains, with Pamplona behind them. As they passed the town of Roncevaux, they climbed over 1,000 meters towards the pass. The narrow road was surrounded by a thick
So
pine
this is the
forest,
part where I'm
with
referring to.
just enough room for 4 men abreast.
It's really in depth now.
Carts lumbered in single file, and horses trudged no more than
We can take
2
elements
side
of
by
this.
side. The column thinned out
All right,
and
let's
stretched
restart it.
for up to 10 kilometers.
So this is what
Past the town of Roncevaux.
So right here, this is, again, this is what I'm referring to. I don't want to talk over it, so hopefully this is, take notes of what's happening. A lot of people who already know military doctrine understand. And it's, you know, your terrain and everything, but how, you always got to look at the past people. Past people were able to hold out for millennia. They're like pre-Roman people, so that kind of, it's like sort of like the Ukrainians, in that they're really tight. So you got to use that sense of community to foster connections and communication and coordination. That is the point. That community is tight, so communication, not just say they have communication, but use it effectively and be able to coordinate as much as possible, so you could attack something, a long line of something 40 miles, and be able to win and effectively take out portions of it where it's most effective. And you can only do that if you're highly coordinated and have good communication. And this happens in these communities. So, but it's not automatic. But this is how they did it. Let's see what happened. It's really thorough instead of the other video that's kind of very cursory.
Oh, they climbed over 1,000 meters towards the pass. The narrow road was surrounded by a thick pine forest with just enough room for 4 men abreast. Carts lumbered in single file, and horses trudged no more than 2 side by side. The column thinned out and stretched for up to 10 kilometers.
Oops.
Charlemagne, Bernard, and his other closest advisors were in the vanguard and main body, trying to keep the men in good marching order on the winding mountain road. In the rear, Eggihard, mayor of the palace, Anselm, the king's steward, and Roland, prefect of the Breton March, commanded the well-trained and heavily armored cavalry. They were tasked with protecting the baggage train that carried all the loot and the gold received at Zaragoza. The carriages themselves were manned by guards and positioned between the main body and the rear guard. But with night approaching, poor visibility made it difficult to oversee the long column as it snaked its way along the steep slopes. And as the ascent became more vertical, the baggage train slowly fell behind the central column. With the main army making it safely over the pass, the leaders of the rear guard were not expecting any trouble. But, unbeknownst to the Franks, they were being watched. Thousands of Basques, wanting revenge for the destruction caused to their capital, Pamplona, dotted the hillsides on both sides of the pass. Hiding in the shadows of the thick pine forest, they bided their time until dusk. As the baggage train approached the summit, the Basque fighters attacked. They pushed massive boulders down the steep mountain slopes. With the road blocked, the rear of the column was cut off. A storm of projectiles rained from above, striking down many Franks before they even realized that they'd fallen into a trap. The lightly armed Basque fighters darted among the trees, throwing their javelins before quickly switching position. With projectiles seemingly coming from every direction, the Franks feared that the number of Basque fighters was far greater than it actually was. Due to the column length, what was happening in the rear took time to reach the main army. Then the sound of yelling men and violently neighing horses rang through the night air, finally reaching the other side of the pass. The narrow road and thick forest on either side restricted movement. All Charlemagne could do was relay orders for those closest to the column's rear to aid the ambushed men. Meanwhile, having worn down the enemy with projectiles, Basque fighters formed into loose groups, pouring down the slopes onto the enemy column. Stretched too thin, the Franks relied on the steadfastness of their elite units, but it was not enough. The cavalry in the front inevitably fell back away from their cargo, leaving the road strewn with fallen comrades. Chaos and confusion reigned as the front ranks collided with the troops to their rear. On the wagons, the guards with only the simple defense of bows and arrows, long spears and shields offered little resistance, and taken by surprise, most of them fell early into the fight. The Franks were superior in their armament and training, but their heavy equipment proved to be no match for the agile Basques. The armor of the Franks weighted them down. Their rehearsed and coordinated maneuvers, expertly performed on the plains of Europe, were useless in the rugged terrain against the sure-footed Basques. They gained some advantage as they switched from horse to foot. Still, they couldn't form a shield wall on the narrow road, among the debris, fallen trees, and carts. Up ahead, the main Frankish army scrambled over boulders in a frantic attempt to rescue their comrades. But undeterred, the Basques took up position on the debris, holding them back. Meanwhile, the rear guard, in desperation, attempted to organize and slog their way up towards the pass. But a new deluge of javelins from above stopped them in their tracks. Confident that they prevented all rescue attempts, and with the sun going down, the Basques moved in on the rest of the rear guard. North of the pass, Charlemagne himself finally managed to reach the rear, only to quickly realize that there was little he could do to help the trapped men that were by now nearly wiped out. In addition, as night fell, it was impossible to see far into the woods on either side of the narrow road. Fearing a second surprise attack against the main body of his army, Charlemagne ordered the rest of the column to advance to safety. Meanwhile, carnage continued. The Basques spared no one. Along with the troops, Egihard, Anselm, and Roland stood their ground to the very end. As the final remnants of the rear guard broke, the Basques set about reclaiming the spoils of Charlemagne's recent victories. The wagon trains were relieved of treasure from Saragossa, war supplies and loot from northern Iberia. Captured horses were loaded with the spoils of war and weaponry, jewelry and gold, dispossessed from the deceased enemy soldiers. The victorious Basques scattered, and with their newly gained wealth, vanished into the darkness. The slaughter at Roncesvalles Pass overshadowed Charlemagne's mildly successful campaign of 778. Frankish fatalities were significant, the loss of wealth substantial. It was the only significant defeat that Charlemagne ever suffered in his otherwise successful military career. Never again would he take it upon himself to lead an army to battle in Spain, having to rely instead on his generals for future campaigns in the Iberian.
So, point is that Charlemagne went on to forge the Frankish kingdom, his empire. But it's just one of the very few defeats he had. And tell you the truth, I think he was at the Battle of Tours, which was an engagement, and people want to argue how big of a deal of it was. Was it a big deal because it basically said to the Muslims at the time that they're overextended and they couldn't go any deeper? So it's arguable. was it a heavily engaged battle, but it was a something that they know they would meet fierce resistance as they came into the Frankish kingdom. Um, so they weren't these like wild savages or whatever, that need to be like civilized. They would put and disorganized. So, and you always have that mentality of one group on the other. The other group is uncivilized and animals. That's why you attack. You don't attack someone you like. You attack someone because they're not human. They're uncivilized. So that's the problem. That's the problem with the world. But as you can see in this map, the Emirate of Cordoba is being fractured, and they're so far away from, I guess, with the power structure in Egypt and Mesopotamia. They basically became, they had a lot of European influence, so they wanted this to be their own thing. So they're basically at the far end of it, so they're making their own in Spain, their own worlds, their own version of whatever. So it's sort of kind of Muslim, but not really. It's saying it was more of oh, what's the word? When you're not, when you're, saying, so it's just is a different thing down there. Um, but that being said, you look at the history of Jerusalem, because it's a warrior culture of because that's what that survives, the people that constantly fight and win, right? And the people who are very religious usually have to turn on the people that are not really religious to help them out, what I'm saying? Because the other is like, oh, we got to do this because, God will help us and that's all we got to do. And this is all perfect and everything. And, it's just like, even in Christianity, it's like, oh, turn the other cheek, that'll help us out. And then you have the Knights Templar, all these warrior cultures, and we're learning that Ukraine is a warrior culture, it's just, they always come to the aid of those people that are more idealistic. You know what I'm talking about? So what happened over here became more like idealistic and growing, civilization and everything else like that, and not really Muslim, what I'm saying? So it's just, I mean, they were, but they weren't. And they had a lot of intermixing and everything like that. But if you see on the top where it's red, that's it's Christians. And what happened was Brittany and France, all the maritime, England, Denmark, Vikings, Sweden, whenever they would fight downward, right? And it was a slow process, it wasn't this constant thing. And the reason why they were able to fight back was they always got replenished, always got replenished, always got replenished. And that was where to go to fight, just known to go if you wanted to prove who you were or whatever, I'm talking about. So gradual, over hundreds of years, So everybody's like, how do they hold out? Well, that's what happened. And that what makes up Spain. Granted, like there was like a couple main instances through that like 1,000 years where they removed all the Muslims, they removed all the Jewish population, but it happened only certain times. Most of it was just this gradual process of going back and forth, or whatever. But that being said, the top part of it, what is applicable to Ukraine, is that it keeps getting replenished, That's what we got to do. Have more people in an organized manner coming in, willing to fight, whatever. So one goes down, you got two. We're not just like, and you just don't want to fill it with chaos or whatever. That does nobody any good or whatever. So make sure those people are effective, But that's how that's one instance of a long column, and there's another one. Hannibal. wasn't done by Hannibal himself. It was done actually by the Celtics in northern Italy during Hannibal, but the Celts and Hannibal were allied against Rome. Uh, is it History March?
The tree.
Yeah, that's it. Attacking a column. There's a whole bunch of
On
them.
August 2nd,
Another one.
216 BC, Hannibal won his
We all know about Teutoburg Forest. That's another one. So
greatest victory near the town of Cannae in southern Italy. By day's end, his outnumbered mercenaries had destroyed the majority of the largest army Rome had ever put to field, marking this as one of the bloodiest military encounters ever fought. For the Romans, Cannae became the benchmark by which subsequent defeats were measured. It would not be surpassed for another 600 years. The dazed survivors of the Roman army dispersed. Varro resurfaced in Venusia in charge of as little as 70 horsemen who escaped the pursuing Numidians. In Canusium, a certain 19-year-old tribune by the name of Publius Scipio, together with 3 other tribunes, gathered a larger group of some 3,000 men. Despite barely escaping the carnage, the young tribune was notable for inspiring the troops, going as far as threatening to kill those who spoke about fleeing and forcing the men to take an oath never to betray Rome. In the days that followed, up to 10,000 survivors would converge on Canusium, and Varro would resume command. The question was, what would Hannibal do now? Play as the most powerful hero in the world and encounter millions of real players in the world's biggest and most badass mobile game, Raid Shadow Legends. Explore millions of champion combinations and master countless tactics as you take on raid bosses, dungeon runs, campaign battles, and PvP arena matches. My favorite champion is the Arbiter, arguably the best support character in the game, excellent for dungeons, clan bosses, and arena. And something you can really sink your teeth into is Raid's endgame, the Doom Tower. Millennia ago, the Arbiter trapped Siroth's monsters inside this magic tower, but it can no longer contain the evil inside. Fortunately, Arbiter counts on you to go inside and crack a few heads. And that's not all. This month features non-stop special events and activities, including the jam-packed Halloween lineup, rewards, tournaments, fragment events, and much more. Raid is becoming bigger and better than ever, and there are some giant updates coming very soon, so there's never been a better time to get started. Get a huge head start in Raid by hitting the link in the description or scanning my QR code to receive an epic hero, Chinoru, 200k silver, 1 XP boost, 1 energy refill, and 1 ancient shard to summon the champion as soon as you enter the game. Start your adventure in Raid Shadow Legends. A day after the battle, the Carthaginians were still plundering the 2 enemy camps, taking 19,300 prisoners. Hannibal saw to the burial of his fallen troops and gave Paulus a proper burial. but the dead Roman soldiers were left to rot in the sun. While more than 50,000 men lay dead or dying in the plain below, the Carthaginian leadership met at a villa in Cannae. Visibly exhausted, they were in disagreement. Hannibal and some of his officers wanted to rest the army and prepare for the campaign in southern Italy. Maharbal, a prominent cavalry commander, was among those who wanted to march on Rome without delay. Proclaiming, perhaps enthusiastically, that he would lead the Numidians to the capital in 5 days, he protested to Hannibal, "Truly the gods do not give everything to the same man. You know how to win a victory, Hannibal, but you do not know how to use one." Whether or not these words were truly spoken, the reality was that Rome was 400 kilometers away. Another long march, after a grueling campaign had just ended, would be disastrous. Furthermore, the Senate adopted emergency measures to raise 4 legions in the coming weeks. Criminals, slaves, and boys as young as 16 or 17 were conscripted. While insufficient for a pitched battle, these troops would be enough to man the walls of Rome. Praetor Marcus Claudius Marcellus, previously tasked with reinforcing Sicily, was now sent to bolster the confidence of allies in Campania and wait for the wreck of the army of Cannae to join him. If he were to march on Rome, Hannibal would be placing himself between 2 Roman armies who would need to fend off relief forces that the Senate would muster over the coming months. To overcome the enemy's vast manpower, Hannibal had hoped for reinforcements from Iberia, but thus far the Scipio brothers had kept Hasdrubal at bay. Worse, Carthaginian Senate's planning and logistics left much to be desired. Troops in Spain and Italy were mostly paid by the Barcid family silver. Very little financial support came from Carthage itself thus far. This disjointed system was detrimental to the war effort and in stark contrast to the better organized Roman Senate that strived to secure funding and logistical support for its army and navy in all theaters. So far, the only attempt to supply Hannibal was a fleet of 70 ships that roamed the waters of northern Italy in the aftermath of the Battle of Trasimene in 217. But lack of coordination prevented them from making contact, and many of these ships had since been captured near the port of Cosa. Confronted by these problems, Hannibal knew that despite his ability to outwit and surprise his opponents, his army would not endure the many corrosive years in the field without reinforcements and logistical support. The decision not to march on Rome was sound. While the situation in southern Italy remained uncertain, another Roman army advanced north to punish the tribes of Cisalpine Gaul for siding with Hannibal. The expedition was launched just days after the main army went on its way to Cannae, as part of the Senate's plan to destroy all enemies in the Italian peninsula in one massive counterattack. Commanded by Lucius Postumius Albinus, the Romans marched through the Silva Litana forest, some 120 kilometers northwest of Ariminum. Albinus was a Roman politician and a veteran general. By now a man in his late 50s, he spent the last 10 years in retirement, but was recalled into service during this time of crisis. He was given 2 legions and had recruited allied troops, mustering a 25,000-strong army. With reports of enemy presence further north, Albinus expected to confront the tribesmen in the Po Valley. But the main Boii force was much closer. They secured the perimeter along the enemy's line of march. The Gauls had cut into the trees in such a way that they would remain standing without assistance, but would topple over if given a slight shove. As the column advanced further along the woodland road, the tribesmen pushed the trees onto the enemy. The trees fell on each other and crashed onto the road from both sides, killing Roman soldiers and horses.
This is where I was getting at. So they give a long lead up, and they don't leave out any kind of detail. But this is what a long column, and use the terrain, anything you could get to slow them down, to isolate a certain section of the column so you can annihilate it, cause destruction, and hinder the enemy. Started from the beginning of the where I was referring to. But here it is, and I won't interrupt it.
With reports of enemy presence further north, Albinus expected to confront the tribesmen in the Po Valley.
These are Celts, by the way.
But the main Boii force was much closer. They secured the perimeter along the enemy's line of march. The Gauls had cut into the trees in such a way that they would remain standing without assistance, but would topple over if given a slight shove. As the column advanced further along the woodland road, the tribesmen pushed the trees onto the enemy. The trees fell on each other and crashed onto the road from both sides, killing Roman soldiers and horses and destroying equipment. Most of Albinus's men died under the weight of the tree trunks and thick branches. The Boii waiting in the forest moved in on the panicked survivors. Roman resistance was fiercest in the vanguard, but elsewhere the encounter became a one-sided slaughter. Albinus fought to avoid capture, but was killed and decapitated. According to legend, his head was later taken to a Boii sacred temple, where the skin was scraped off and the bare skull was covered with gold. It was used as a cup for drinking by the tribe's high priest. A contingent of Roman veterans at the head of the column tried to escape across a river, but were captured by the Boii, who had already taken the bridge over it. Very few Roman prisoners were taken. The Boii also took a vast amount of loot, with the Roman goods handily concentrated along the forest road. Of the 25,000 Romans, only 10 men survived the battle. Reports of the annihilation in Silva Litana came mere days after the catastrophe at Cannae. A panic hit the city of Rome. The Senate ordered aediles to patrol the streets, open shops, and disperse any sign of defeatism. However, all offensive operations against the Gauls were suspended indefinitely. Varro was now sent to levy new troops for the defense of Picenum and Etruria, where he would remain in command of up to 2 legions and an equal number of allied troops for several years. Across the Mediterranean, in Iberia, the Romans fared better. Hasdrubal Barca managed to reorganize his forces after the defeat at the Ebro in 217, and, after receiving a contingent of 4,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry from Africa, he decided to close the distance against the Scipio brothers. But some of the officers that he punished and imprisoned for cowardice after the Ebro debacle had escaped back to their homes among the Tertessian people. They instigated a revolt and captured the city of Asqua, which held a large Carthaginian depot for grain and other supplies. Reluctantly, Hasdrubal had to move south and abandon plans to advance across the Ebro in 216.
Yeah, so, but what happened was Scipio the Younger would go back to his father and brother over in Spain, and he would learn for 20 years all about Hannibal, like nonstop, and every move he would make. So, and he focused all that knowledge into one battle, obviously. But and that'd be like about a generation later after they learned, and they gradually were able to beat back Spain, and Spain was like a amalgamation of a couple different people. I guess at this time, it would be the Iberians, traditional Iberians. It would be the Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Romans up in the top, Celtics, and Basques in the upper regions. But here's another. I like this one.
The defeat at Trebia struck fear into the Roman leadership. The Republic lost all control over Cisalpine Gaul. Hannibal succeeded in bringing Gauls to his side, nearly doubling his army.
So this is before Cannae and before you actually saw where the boy took that pass. So this is before all that, as he's marching down, getting the Po Valley Celts on his side, who hated the Romans, and they formed the center of Cannae, actually, the Celts.
40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry are now under his command. But before Hannibal resumes his attack on Rome, I want to give a shout out for Curiosity Stream. They've recently become one of my favourite streaming services, a place that allows me to access thousands of high-quality documentaries for just $3 per month. I highly recommend you check them out and sign up using the link in the description and the code HISTORYMARSH to get a 30-day unlimited free access to their entire library. Whether you like documentaries about physics, space, biology, genetics, medicine, evolution, engineering, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and much more, Curiosity Stream literally has you covered. History is my personal favourite, and I just binge-watched the new Real War of Thrones Season 2. I won't give any spoilers, but you can go check it out yourself. Click on the link in the description below and use the code HISTORYMARSH to sign up for a 30-day unlimited free access to the entire documentary library on Curiosity Stream. Faced with the Gallic uprising in Cisalpine Gaul, and still shocked by the loss of tens of thousands of troops at Trebia, the Roman Senate is determined to turn things around in 217 BC. Amidst the political turmoil, 2 new consuls are elected and sent north against Hannibal with newly raised armies. Other theatres of war are not ignored, evident by the victory against the Carthaginians at the Ebro and the planned reinforcements set for Iberia later in the year. But the main focus of the Roman war effort is on home soil. The plan is to use the geography of the Italian peninsula to their advantage. With the vast marshlands of the Arno River in the west thought to be impassable during winter and spring, and the rugged Apennine mountain range cutting across the peninsula, the Romans know that there are only 2 routes into central Italy that Hannibal can take, and they move to block both. Consul Gaius Flaminius positions his army at Arretium, including the 10,000 legionaries that survived the Battle of Trebia. His co-consul, Gnaeus Servilius Geminus, is stationed at Ariminium. Both armies are bolstered with a higher number of horsemen than usual, perhaps to offset their numerical inferiority in cavalry. Hannibal, meanwhile, has problems of his own. While he did establish a base of operations in the Po Valley, Gallic support will weaken over time as his army continues to consume their resources. At the same time, the Romans decided not to pursue further battles in the north, so staying there makes little sense for Hannibal. He needs to put pressure on the Romans before his Gallic allies lose interest in the war. Just like the Senate, Hannibal knows that he can either go down the Adriatic coast and fight Servilius in the rugged terrain of Picenum, or he can fight Flaminius in the difficult Apennine mountain passes. Neither route is good. Whichever he chose, not only would the Romans be alerted about his movement ahead of time, but he would be forced into a prolonged and uncertain battle against the well-defended Roman positions, which would allow time for the 2 consular armies to link up. Something that Hannibal can ill afford. But with the arrival of warm spring weather, the Carthaginian general does the unexpected. He decides to force march his army across the Apennine Mountains and through the dangerous marshlands of the Arno River, aiming to surprise the two consuls and get into a good position to threaten Rome itself. The plan is arguably just as audacious as was the crossing of the Alps. The march is extremely difficult. Hannibal places his most disciplined infantry, the hard-marching Libyans and Iberians, at the head of the column. They set a fast pace, which the Gauls find difficult to maintain, as they are not used to forced marches. And by being at the back of the column, they face the added difficulty of having to march through the sticky quagmire that has been churned up by the troops in front of them. The cavalry is in the rear of the column, ushering the Gauls forward and keeping an eye on any who might decide to turn back. The terrain, however, is the army's biggest enemy. The Arno River flooded after winter rains, turning the river basin into heavily flooded, muddy wetlands. The endless, dense swampland offers almost no dry areas for resting. Hannibal's troops wade through deep pools of water for 4 days and 3 nights, with almost no sleep and no rest, whilst carrying their heavy equipment and supplies. Those fortunate enough to be mounted are able to sleep in their saddles, while a handful of those on foot manage to climb onto the bodies of dead horses and pack animals for a brief rest. Many die due to infection, disease, exhaustion and drowning. Hannibal himself catches an eye infection which cannot be treated because there is no time during the forced march, and he carries the infection for much of the journey, eventually losing sight in one eye. He emerges from the swamp on the back of his sole surviving elephant, probably the brave Syrian. All the while, the Romans assumed that Hannibal is contained in the north. But what they didn't know is that the Carthaginian general managed to cross the Apennine Mountains and the Arno River wetlands with 50,000 troops in just 4 days, without being detected, and is now in position for the next stage of his campaign. He grants his army a few days to rest and sends scouting parties south. He learns that Flaminius is at Arretium, and that the Etrurian plain can offer enough food and plunder to boost the morale of the troops. Having learned that Flaminius is an arrogant and rash commander, he plans to provoke him into giving battle by pillaging and burning the rich Etrurian countryside. Soon enough, plumes of smoke from burning villages and fields dot the lands west of Arretium, followed by the Carthaginian column passing right next to Flaminius, brazenly taunting the Roman general. Watching from Arretium, Flaminius is fuming, knowing that it is he who is supposed to protect these lands, and yet one of the richest areas in Italy is burning on his watch. But he somehow resists challenging the Carthaginian general, persuaded by his advisors to stay put and wait until Servilius joins him. Unable to force an open battle, for Hannibal, an assault on Arretium is out of the question. He cannot risk losing too many of his experienced soldiers that he cannot replace. His army also has limited supplies and has to keep moving. Furthermore, Hannibal has no way of knowing how far the other Roman army is, and as far as he knows, Servilius could be a...
That's the whole thing, like, when you're in a column like that, you gotta be constantly supplied from the rear or whatever, and you want to make them constantly, forcing them be constantly supplied by their own means, and you disrupt that, and which is happening. So, but the point is, like, you don't want to get them into a town where they have oil, food, and any kind of thing that can help them. So, well, not oil, but gas. So as they're coming forward, the Russians, any gas station needs to be completely removed and utilized. I mean, I guess worst case scenario, you want to burn it up and blow it up, whatever. But that is a total waste, because then you got to truck in more. You want the movement, so you make sure you're all filled up. You get all the gas cans and everything, and make sure your trucks are constantly moving. Have have gas cans piled up so they keep moving men and equipment and back and forth as they're fighting the retreat and slowing them down. So you make sure that it's like a slashed earth process or whatever. I mean, um, best case scenario, yeah, you definitely want to drain it out and not destroy buildings and everything. Um, but I don't know, make nothing there they could utilize. Nothing. You it deplete them as much as possible in every manner possible. So everything's interlinked, right?
Arriving any day now. So, the Carthaginian general decides to press on. Leaving not one, but two armies in his rear must have seemed mad. But actually, by bypassing Arretium, Hannibal maintains the initiative and keeps the Romans guessing. He wants to be the one who dictates the course of the campaign. Scouts soon bring good news. Flaminius decided not to wait for Servilius after all. Knowing that the battle is soon coming, Hannibal makes sure to let his Gallic troops know that they will be fighting against Flaminius, the man who caused them much misery in years past. Flaminius is renowned for his victories against Gallic tribes. He is responsible for introducing a law that allowed Romans to settle near and on Gallic lands. This created conflict, which Flaminius resolved by invading and occupying more Gallic lands, and then proceeded to settle more Romans on the lands he conquered. Needless to say, he is hated by the Gauls, and the 17,000 of them in Hannibal's army can't wait to get their hands on him. Meanwhile, for the Roman army that prides itself on its military prowess, it must be humiliating to pass through villages and countryside laid waste by the enemy. But Flaminius can still redeem himself, and he is only 1 day's march away. It's early morning.
All right, this is the part where I'm talking about where you got the supply lines, stretched out over what it is. Because this is right now they're not in like in a fighting position. They're getting and coordinating in certain they're gonna get to a point where they're gonna attack. So before they're ready to attack and getting into that fighting element, you want to attack as much as possible, and that's what's happening now. So you keep wanting doing it. So don't look at it like it's something that you cannot handle. And then once they're there, you force them to be stretched out again. You don't allow them to be grouped up. You cause more bottlenecks. You don't allow them to fight what they want to fight. They want to have combined arms attacking a force. You make sure that you remove as much of those elements as possible and stretch them out. One second. you always want to know what's coming towards you and good information. How many tanks, how many gas trucks, those targets of priority, that kind of thing. And also when you set up like roadblocks with those steel crosses or whatever, if you could pick them up with whatever, that means a tank could push on it, you know, and they're just gonna sort of, they need to be like cemented in place, you know, that kind of thing. They need to be secured in place, like interlinked. Like if you could chain them together some way, put rubble around the base of it, and not just in the road, but around, like if you're gonna fight, because what they're it's gonna go around or whatever. So you sort of make like a U, whatever. So you got this right here, and then you got the flanks covered, you know, that kind of thing. Always think that they're gonna outmaneuver you, you know what I'm saying? So you have that covered. So you keep doing that, keep having like these, not just a barricade, but like a U, a U, a U, whatever, you know, like that. So they're pushing up, but you still attack from the other sides, and it extends out from the road because it's gonna go right around it or whatever, you know. But you want to stop, put the chain traps up there, because if the sandbags are, they're just going to roll over the sandbags. So you have the tank traps and vehicle traps out there where you stop them. And then you have the sandbags out here that stop small arms. So you're attacking from the sandbags and rubble over here, right? You know, with your javelins and everything, even a stinger, worst case scenario, whatever it is, all those type of weaponry, whatever, and they're stopped over there. You don't want to have the tank traps and small arms, you know, sandbags right there, because you're stopping them right where you're firing from. You want to stop them where you can attack them. So you're holding them, slow them down up there. That's where you slow them down, stop them temporarily, and then over here you could shoot safely. So here's your where you have your defenses, whatever, and then you have like a secondary fighting position behind that. Your sandbags, rubble, cement trucks, whatever it is, and then you have right behind that your secondary. As they breach that, you have your secondary, whatever. Then your third, and then you build up another one behind that, and more tank traps or whatever, and you just keep walking that back as they're approaching. You know, so you got all the civilians, the excavators, the bulldozers, just shoving everything in front of that road, slowing them down. You're firing over it, you know, and from the sides, you know. As you breach that, a mile back, you do that shit again and keep doing it nonstop as they're coming in. So don't stop them, and then right there, it's like right in front of you. But they're really good, whatever. But that's one thing I did say. So that's probably one specific thing as those columns. But remember, you're only attacking what is probably 20, 30, well, not 20, but what is my fault, was 100, 500 yards, meters, or 1,000 meters out, whatever. So whatever is right there, that you quickly get there, that's what you're fighting. You're not fighting the whole column. So don't think about, oh, this is the whole column. You're attacking right there for a few minutes or whatever, an hour, 5 minutes, whatever it is, and then you're coming back. You know what I'm talking about, because that's what it is. And delaying them, or whatever it is. And then it takes them whatever amount of time to overcome that obstacle. And you got another one, and then you're attacking, whatever. And then they come forward or whatever, and you're pulling back or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So, don't think you're taking out a 40-mile long column all at once, whatever. You're delaying, slowing down, pounding it, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And as they push in the city, same thing, whatever. You're giving up, attacking, whatever, and we get it back to this, you know, get it from the sides. However, they're going to come into the city. But it's expected that ground will be given up, and you just make sure that as they're approaching, that they're not taking out any kind of fighting force or whatever. It's just being, you could get them out in the flanks, because there's 150,000. There's no way. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, it's a weekend, but I don't. this thing is going to prove Russia, it's going to be annihilated. I mean, so early on, everybody's just like, oh my God, well, it's so, they're going to push in deep. It's a given, but it's crazy how much shit they're taking out. And even more so, if they do these things, I I don't know why Russia did this. They're sending people to their death.
Morning, on June 24th, 217 BC. Flaminius marches out of his camp towards the smoke rising in the distance, apparently from Carthaginian campfires, eager to get to grips with the enemy. In the front, he places veteran legionaries that survived the Battle of Trebia, who are also very keen on meeting the enemy in battle. As the column moves, a low-hanging mist envelops the lake and the valley. The shoreline is eerily quiet. The locals seem to have vanished. Unable to see too far ahead, the Romans literally stumble into Hannibal's heavy infantry who are blocking the road. Fighting spontaneously erupts at the far end of the valley. Despite being surprised by the enemy, the Roman vanguard forms up in battle formation. Further back, it is some time before the Roman centre and rear realize what is happening in the front. The visibility is hampered by the low-hanging morning mist. But in the hills above the mist, Hannibal's hidden troops can clearly see the Roman column. Although they do not know it yet, the Romans walked straight into an ambush. But let's take a moment to consider how difficult it was to set up the ambush at Lake Trasimene. Hannibal couldn't just send his troops up the hill to their positions. That would have left tracks all across the hillside. And with Flaminius hot on his heels, he didn't have much time either. Yet, Hannibal marched to the eastern end of the valley and somehow managed to coordinate tens of thousands of troops around the hills to the north into their correct positions at night, all within a brief window of time and without arousing any suspicion. This is without doubt quite an astonishing military feat. Now, Hannibal signals his hidden forces.
I think that's also what's very important. Like we're in this mentality of living in modernity, where we have roads and these um, we have roads built, and this is where we travel on, and in our human psyche, this is all we see. You go on the road, you go back and forth. You would never go off the road. Why would you go off road? It sort of just breaks psychologically that you would go off road for anything, because on your vehicle you would be on the on the road or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So Ukrainians need to get off that mentality. It's just that they know the terrain of off the road. You know what I'm talking about? And how these roads, almost innately they know where all these roads lead to, whatever, so they could travel off road. So as the column's gone, they know exactly parallel of everything. You know what I'm saying? I guess even in the Vietnam War, the Ho Chi Minh Trail or whatever, right? So it was never just one trail or whatever. It was just sort of like that's the path or whatever that is the direction of supplies and everything like that. And so you can never really destroy it. But in our mentality, oh, we see a path and we destroy it or whatever. So you want to get off that mentality. It's like, okay, you just stop a road or whatever, right? You want to use everything, the surrounding countryside, so you can attack inward or whatever. So quickly remove that and be able to utilize all these side, side space, whatever. I mean, the forest and everything like that, and use that as a battle space, like it's nothing. So you got to quickly get in that mentality, whatever. before they do, you know what I'm saying? So, because they're forced to go on the roads. They got heavy equipment. So how can you get light equipment on the sides? And that, I think that's the thing, you know. So that could traverse, what do you call it, countryside, you know, unpaved roads. So that's probably a problem. I mean, that's probably one of those things you want to adjust to. And of course, it could be just people, but off-road trucks and that kind of thing, off-road vehicles. And you could quickly get material on the sides of the road, hit, put it back on the trucks, and disappear. You know, hit it from the sides, load it or whatever, boom, disappear. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. ATVs, you know, their bikes, whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, or you know, trucks that could handle it, track wheels could handle it, whatever, not get stuck in the mud. But I don't know if that's it. I'm just giving some things. I don't know what that is. Or what could handle that mud, could handle forests, whatever, something that could move in between the forests, whatever, quickly. Hit and then disappear, hit and disappear, hit, disappear, hit again, disappear as it comes down, hit and disappear. You know, so you keep using the same element and not minimizing your casualties and maximizing theirs as it comes down. Boom, 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 nonstop. And also from the front too, you're building those barriers, and at the same time you're hitting him from the sides.
To attack. It's unclear if trumpets signaled the start of the attack, or if his captains were ordered to wait until the Romans were deep enough into the valley. At night, all within a brief window of time, and without arousing any suspicion. This is without doubt quite an astonishing military feat. Now, Hannibal signals his hidden forces to attack. It's unclear if trumpets signaled the start of the attack, or if his captains were ordered to wait until the Romans were deep enough into the valley. Whatever the case, the ambush succeeds completely. The use of campfires in the distance tricked the Romans into moving deep into the valley, thinking that the Carthaginians are further ahead. And by masterfully hiding tens of thousands of his troops in the hills, Hannibal completely surrounded the enemy. Coming seemingly out of nowhere, Numidian cavalry and Gallic heavy infantry engaged the Roman rear, closing off their line of retreat. Hannibal's light infantry, skirmishers, and Gallic heavy infantry clash with the Roman centre. Having previously marched in a very loose formation, Flaminius' army is caught completely by surprise. They soon find themselves in a fight for their life. The formations break up, and many soldiers are left to fend for themselves. The fighting is so fierce that none of the combatants notice a strong nearby earthquake. After less than an hour of fighting, Hannibal's troops split apart the disorganized enemy column. From this point on, the battle becomes a slaughter. Numidians and Gauls overwhelmed the Roman rear, forcing them all the way to the lake shore. Many tried to swim in their heavy armor, desperate to get away. According to Polybius, many Romans drown in the lake, while others who manage to stay afloat beg for mercy, but are killed there and then. The Roman centre fights a brave last stand, but after another 2 hours of fighting, most of Flaminius' men are cut down, while others drown in the lake as they try to swim away. According to legend, the Roman consul is recognized amidst the fighting, and the enraged Gauls fight to get to him. The consul's best troops rally to protect him. But one of the Gallic warriors fights his way through and thrusts his spear into the consul, killing him. Meanwhile, the Roman vanguard still stands firm. Once they realize that the battle is lost, they start fighting their way through Hannibal's heavy infantry, desperate to escape the field. But they too would be captured within a day or two after the battle. In less than 3 hours of fighting, a whole Roman army is virtually wiped out. It is said that Flaminius' body was torn to pieces by Gallic soldiers, so much so that Hannibal was not able to find any trace of the consul after the battle. to give him a proper burial. Carthaginian losses, meanwhile, are minor. Large plunder is taken, especially military equipment. Hannibal re-equips his infantry. Each man is given Roman mail, a bronze helmet, and an oval scutum shield. Within a few days, the Romans suffer another disastrous loss. Servilius was on the move to protect him, but desperate to get away. The fighting is so fierce. Infantry, skirmishers, and Gallic all if his captains will.
See, that's what you're trying to do. You want to temporarily hold them in place as long as possible. And then you attack them from the sides. Do your damage. And you pull back. So you got whatever ammo, javelins you have, expend it, pull back. See, at that roadblock, whatever. Boom, hit them, retreat back, and then once you know your the civil defense and excavators and dump trucks and a bulldozer are able to make another defense over here, delaying for another hour. Boom, you can hit them again, whatever. And you're forcing them to do it. And then you got to adjust as they're adjusting too. So whatever they put out, you know how to do it. And that's why you want to have this, as you're doing, you'll learn how to adjust. You know, maybe you need more, probably, you know, people that are really good marksmen and everything like that. That kind of thing, snipers and stuff like that. But all I'm saying is just that don't expect the same tactic to keep working, but that mindset of holding them in place, being able to attack them without them attacking you back is, you know, doing more damage to them, where you could do damage again later on, holding them, slowing down, and attriting them quickly. I mean, so, I mean, people understand this is more attrition going on than you think. They're being slowly annihilated already without whatever I just stated. They're already being slowly annihilated as they push in deeper. And then I think everybody knows about Teutoburg.
This video was sponsored by the Great Courses Plus. Go to the Great.
I mean, I don't really want to state this one because, I mean, granted, a lot of Ukrainian soldiers were in the Russian army. And I think in this day and age, I guess we have a lot of access to information. I do, everybody else does. So, and I guess we sort of know what's happening. So that's why I don't really understand what's happening. I mean, why it's happening. I understand what's happening on a certain level or whatever. But it's just like, you got so many brilliant people who are on this, you know, going to be able to deal with this. It doesn't make any sense in this day and age. Conventional war on state is going to succeed. It's going to cause the downfall of Russia. You know, it's going to bankrupt it. It just that's what's going to happen. There's, you know, and if you're a Russian, you don't think that's going to happen. You already know that's going to happen because you're taking money out of the bank, right? Because you know you need something to sustain yourself because you need money and you want that to have value. You want that to have value because you want to be able to get stuff that will sustain your life. And while you take that money out, everybody, and the reason why it has value because you know the bank is going to always have that money for you and be able to purchase what you need. But that's not happening because you're taking it out because you're in fear of that. Because you don't have faith in the currency. So someone else is taking out money. Another people are taking money. Everybody's taking out money. They're making a run on the bank. And what's that's going to happen is a depression. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be more than a depression. That ruble is going to sink. It's going to be near worthless because it's not only nothing's bolstering it, it's already plummeting. You know, stock markets are closed. You know, nobody's going to do commerce with you. Everything's going to be inflated. And money's going to be near worthless. So, you know, it's just... And you know who's to blame for it. A small cadre of people. A few hundred people. Have a nation of, you know, a couple 100 million. And people told to go to war a few days before to go to war. It's like, how do you think that's going to win? I don't know what person would think this is going to work. That's why they got to be extreme brutal about it because it is effective. But as soon as Ukrainians reach that level and capability to be that violent back, it's over. And they're already, it is so early on, you know what I'm talking about? And they're gearing up and being supplied to do that because they were caught supplied and logistically they don't have that weaponry yet. And even what they have now, they're doing so much damage. And so they're resorting to actually destroying, creating this absolutely mass panic, you know, massive casualties, whatever. Look where they're doing. There's no way we could win or whatever. And so they just create this flood, and that flood panics more people, and that panics more people and tells more people, did you see what just happened? That building got destroyed. You know what I'm talking about? It has to be as organized as possible. Like, we're going to do the same back to them. You know what I'm talking about? We are going to have the capability to destroy what is happening, to stop what is happening. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to cause a mouse rout. So we're going out and having Russian soldiers and being like, if you surrender, this is what's going to happen to you, whatever. They're doing the same thing, but having dead bodies and people fleeing being the propaganda itself, whatever. You know what I'm talking about? So you got to do the exact opposite. You destroy these men and equipment, and that is what is going. That's what is going to increase your morale, be an effective deterrent to what's happening to you, and destroy there. You know what I'm talking about? Indiscriminate bombing, destroying the populace, whatever. It's just very erratic. I think it only does one purpose, whatever. But if you focus in what you need to do by destroying military equipment, I mean, that's literally all you have. I mean, you don't have that option go after civilians, whatever, obviously, whatever. But this is also just as effective. You concentrate, all that's going to happen no matter what. You know what I'm talking about? The only way you could stop it as quickly as possible is taking out this equipment, taking out this man, stopping this attack. Because if they succeed, they're going to be deported. They're going to be mass executions and all this other stuff. You know, God knows what. So that's you have one option, destroy in front of you, and it serves a lot of good, different purposes, which is beneficial. But that being said, they're going to be driven from there, and there's going to be a lot of refugees. So let's say you got to commandeer those train tracks and have more trains, more people circling out and in. So there's never like bottlenecks or whatever. So you want to remove those bottlenecks as much as possible and get people in willing to fight and halt it and stop as much as possible. Because this thing is going to grind to a halt pretty soon. I don't know where, but it's going to grind to a halt. And you're going to hold them in place, and then you're going to attack. and they're trying to hold you in place and attack you. And the reverse is going to happen. You're going to be able to annihilate a big, decent force of it. And then I'm pretty sure Russia is going to release the reserves to come in, everything they have, and try to force a route. And that's when the final push of Ukrainians are going to come in. I can almost guaranteed something to that effect is going to happen. And the thing is, what the final push is constantly being supplied, constantly supplied. So you got Russians coming in, we're able to hold them, we're supplying them, and we're able to do damage. And then Putin's going to be like, "Fuck, I got to do something, right?" And then he sends in everything to counter that. Probably going to get pushed back a little bit. We're constantly supplying them, and we just drive them all the way back. Something to that effect. That's usually historically how it happens. I can't say we're on the map, but hold where you can. Obviously, the rivers, the towns, where it's hard to get across, wherever you can. So I don't know the terrain. I can't tell you those places, but wherever you can apply pressure, you apply to make sure they have the means to apply that pressure. Slow it down as much as possible so in the rear could be trained with equipment that could take them out.
CoursesPlus.com today to start your free trial.
Make this larger.
By the beginning of the 1st century AD, the Roman Republic had been replaced by the Roman Principate under Augustus, who ended the period of civil wars and brought back stability. However, the Romans still faced many dangers. To the north, the Germanic tribes were gradually forming larger unions, and they would fight the Roman Empire throughout the next few centuries. The Battle of Teutoburg Forest would become one of the most iconic in the conflict between the Germanic tribes and Rome. The chaotic period of the late...
My point is that when I initially said there's going to be a lower logistics, I know we could outsupply Russia. I know it for a fact. We have enough there. So there's just no way, man. It's so early on. Oh man. If we could get an air force, if non-NATO states could handle that issue, it's done.
Roman Republic finally concluded after Octavian's victory at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. The republican system was irredeemably broken, and Octavian had no intention of giving up the power he had won. In the following years, he expelled political opponents from the Senate and solidified his hold on the collapsing republican institutions. On January 16, 27 BC, the Senate declared him Augustus, the illustrious one, and granted him ultimate power, effectively making him the very first Roman emperor, though technically the republican facade was maintained. The Mediterranean world entered a period of relative peace, prosperity, and stability, known as the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. Augustus further expanded the empire's dominion, annexing northern Spain and Pannonia, in addition to parts of Asia Minor and Judea. Augustus secured his eastern border by making peace with the Parthians, disappointing many Romans who wanted revenge for their defeat at Carrhae. Although the Pax Romana guaranteed peace for the majority of the ascendant empire, there were a few exceptions. In the aftermath of Gaius Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul, Rome had gained new natural borders along the Rhine and Danube. The unknown wilderness beyond this protective boundary was frightening to the Romans, and was home to the fearsome Germanic tribes.
I just want to see if this is the best version. I mean, this is pretty good, but there might be a better version. I just want to click through it. mean, there's a couple, but Germanicus has another one that's really good too. Yeah, this is a good one. Germanicus. There's another column as that was happening to avenge various.
Road building in the region, but
Brilliant
also the
data.
resettlement of the allied Ubian tribe to act as a buffer between Rome and more hostile Germanic tribes in 19 BC. When the legionary forces of Gallic legate Marcus Lollius were defeated by said tribes in 16 BC, the will of Augustus to conquer the region was said to have strengthened even further. Later that year, he incorporated the region of Noricum into the province of Pannonia, and a year later, his stepsons Tiberius and Drusus the Elder conquered what would become the province of Raetia. Roman incursions into its northern frontier were growing more intense. A few years later, Agrippa and Tiberius attacked the various tribes in Illyricum. Agrippa commanded this offensive at first, but he unexpectedly perished in the spring of 12 BC, leaving Tiberius in command. Under his direction, the tribes in this region were subdued piecemeal. At the same time, Drusus was also succeeding in Germania, quickly achieving territorial gains and wintering in the region for several years, eventually reaching all the way to the river Elbe in 9 BC. However, Drusus fell from his horse and died on his way back from Germania in that year. Tiberius then took command in Germania, treated his foes savagely, and almost succeeded in making it a tribute-paying province. As of 7 BC, it is said that Augustus considered it just that, asserting that all the Germanics living between the Rhine and Elbe had submitted. The reality was very different. The Cherusci tribe were one of those pacified by Drusus in these campaigns, and hostages from its most prominent families were taken to Rome. One of these figures was the son of a Cherusci chieftain, Arminius. As a hostage, he served in the Roman military, learned Latin, was awarded Roman citizenship for his contribution, and was made an equestrian. To support the legionary heavy infantry, Rome's leaders recruited provincial soldiers and even men from unconquered territories such as Germania. They served in the auxiliary units of light infantry and were usually commanded by their tribal leaders. For now, Augustus had other problems. In 6 BC, personal matters convinced Tiberius to retire from politics and sail to Rhodes, where he stayed for years. This abrupt withdrawal angered Augustus due to the destabilizing effect it would have on his succession. While Tiberius quickly regretted his decision and pleaded to be allowed to return, the angered princeps refused repeatedly. During this period, Rome gradually expanded its influence even further into Germania. In 3 BC, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus reached the Elbe with his own army and assisted in the construction of infrastructure to the east of the Rhine. Meanwhile in Rome, Lucius and Gaius Caesar, grandsons of the emperor, were being groomed for the imperial office. However, in 2 AD, Lucius perished, and 2 years later, Gaius died in Armenia, leaving Augustus with no other choice than to recall Tiberius. He was adopted by the princeps, and in turn was made to adopt the 21-year-old Germanicus as his own son. Soon after, Tiberius was sent to Germania and immediately subjugated another series of tribal groups, including the Cherusci. Part of the Roman strategy in this period was to resettle troublesome tribal peoples and move them to locations where Rome could keep a very close eye on them. Around this time, Arminius returned to his people in the north. Power struggles within the Cherusci clan led one faction.
That's usually what happens in empires. I mean, the Vandals were let in, and then eventually marched on Rome. But they sort of during the end of the Roman Empire, there was Ostrogoths and Vandals and setting up shop, which is they're basically Rome, but they were controlled. They're basically strongmen, like almost kingships or crypto crats of their own little fiefdoms, like mob bosses, their own parts of the Roman Empire. So the resettlement didn't sort of kind of work, but it's just the point is there's always resettlement, and that's what's happened in Ukraine. That's what they want to do. They want that land that's repopulated with Russian loyalists.
Led by the clan of Arminius, to become allies of the Roman invaders. They were supported by Tiberius, who constructed a winter fort near their territory on the Lippe River. Later in Tiberius's command, a huge pincer movement was planned to fully conquer the region between the rivers Rhine and Elbe. However, the Great Illyrian Revolt broke out in 6 AD and required a massive military response, so Tiberius marched south to deal with it. As he was now busy with other matters, Augustus appointed Publius Quinctilius Varus as the commander in Germania. This general and politician had proved himself to be a competent administrator, both in Africa and the troublesome province of Syria, where he had to deal with the Parthians and quell the rebellions in the region. Modern historians conclude that while Varus was a very good administrator, he was not a soldier. In 7 AD, he was appointed the legate, the governor of Germania, replacing Tiberius, who also took 8 of the 11 legions with him. The Cherusci prince Arminius accompanied Varus and had become a seemingly loyal advisor. The early part of the year 9 AD was successful for the empire in Germania. For the first time, Varus's legions were able to move freely and relatively unhindered through the province, carrying out their duties such as patrolling and road building. The legate himself performed many administrative duties to provincialize the new region, such as tax collection and adjudication of tribal disputes in the Roman legal system. However, all was not to continue going smoothly as summer progressed. Varus began to receive reports that many small detachments of troops patrolling and constructing infrastructure in the supposedly friendly territory were being massacred by tribes such as the Angravarii and Bructeri. This series of betrayals seemed to be spontaneous, but was in reality orchestrated by none other than the Germanic prince Arminius. At some point he had decided to turn against his Roman allies, possibly due to the cruelty against people like his that he had witnessed during his service, or simply because he wished to rule his tribe without Roman taxation. Throughout the summer, Arminius had used the autonomy of his dual role of Roman officer and Germanic chieftain to consolidate local tribal support and to seek allies in the tribes who were always troublesome for the empire. However, the chieftain's plan was almost foiled by his angered father-in-law, Segestes, who betrayed the plan to ambush the legionary column to Varus. Despite this, the Roman foolishly trusted his ally commander and had Segestes taken away. With this done, the army began to march from their summer camp to winter quarters west of the Rhine. However, as he set off, Varus was besieged by some locals to quell a revolt that had broken out to the west, and he adjusted his direction accordingly. Just then, the seemingly loyal Arminius rode up to his beloved commander, professing that he must ride away in order to assemble the auxiliary forces. This would not have seemed odd, because the auxilia were scattered at the time, and would take a while to come together again. Though he had moved away, Arminius left a few select men with the column for use as spies. The so-called revolt was a decoy, organized by the traitorous Cheruscan prince, who now moved to organize his forces, numbering anywhere from 20 to 30,000. However, his plan was to attack the Romans rather than to aid them. On the morning of September 7th, Varus addressed his army, which had around 30,000 troops, and informed them of the change of plans, promising loot and spoils before marching away. They marched the necessary 16 miles on that day before encamping for the night in the unfamiliar territory that Arminius's local guides were now luring him into. At 7 a.m. on the 8th, the Romans formed into their marching column prepared for battle, but were taken into an area of heavy forest, which both slowed the march considerably and dangerously strung out the column, isolating many of its contingents. Meanwhile, in the forests, the Germans were watching, and taken into an area of heavy forest, which both slowed the march considerably and dangerously strung out the column.
So that's whenever a column's strung out like that, if you're able to identify the contingents where you could attack, again, that's what you want to do. You make it so it's not a fighting force. It's only when they're able to get into their staging positions before an attack posture, position, whatever, you want to stop that before that happens.
Isolating many of its contingents. Meanwhile, in the forests, the Germans were watching, and the legionaries were completely unaware. In the late morning, the Romans were met by a shower of stones, arrows, and familiar spears coming from all directions as the Bructeri tribe launched spoiling attacks against them. At this point, the aim was not to destroy the Romans, but to weigh them down with material losses and more wounded. After causing some losses, the Germans faded away into the forests, accompanied by the guides Arminius had left with Varus. The legions were now blind and lost as a continuous heavy downpour began. Finally breaking through into open country, the legate now ordered a camp to be erected, where he held a war council. It was decided that the army would continue westward on the forest path, as without their guides, it was the only option. In addition, they would take the callous step of leaving their wounded and baggage train behind to increase speed. Breaking camp in the morning, the legions found that the rain had caused their forest route to become a sea of mud, with fallen trees and other obstacles slowing them on the way. As they thrust deeper into the dense forest, the tribal Germanic warriors struck the Romans again, skirmishing viciously with them. The legionaries attempted to form up to defend themselves, but they were in unfavorable terrain. By afternoon, they had suffered grievous losses, and the orderly marching column had degenerated into 3 distinct contingents, strung out over miles of trail, with Varus in the rear. The command structure of this column had effectively broken down. Fortunately for them, the Romans again broke into an area of open country by evening and made another marching camp, where Varus held another war council. He now knew that they were in a deadly situation and had to take drastic measures. Valor, a cavalry commander, was ordered to take the Roman horse via a path to the north in order to contact Roman allies and forces to the west. However, as this force rode north, they were attacked and destroyed by more Germans armed with pilfered Roman equipment. When news of this final defeat reached Varus, he and many of his senior officers committed suicide. 2 officers now took command of the bruised and battered force, Lucius Aegius and Chaonius. On the morning of the 11th, Aegius marched further west, where everything was quiet at first. Then he encountered an earthen rampart to his left, which he knew to be a trap. His column stopped, and he dispatched the remnants of 2 cohorts to clear the barricade. Meanwhile, behind him, Chaonius's force had set off to reinforce them, but was attacked by the main mixed infantry and cavalry German horde led by Arminius himself. After a great slaughter and the beheading of Varus's corpse, Arminius then pushed west and violently slaughtered the remainder of Aegius's column, which had been slowed down by the barricade as intended. The defeat was total and catastrophic for the Romans. Almost the entire force was either butchered or enslaved. Many officers were sacrificed to the ancient Germanic gods in ritual ceremonies, whereas other soldiers were crucified against trees or cooked in pots. The sight would have been a truly horrific scene. In Rome, Emperor Augustus was said to have been so shaken by the defeat that he would bash his head against the wall, infamously shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions!" However, the Romans would not take this defeat lying down, and new battles in Germania would soon come. When we create our videos, as a source, we often use the series of lectures called The Decisive Battles of World History from Professor Gregory Aldretti, provided
So you keep saying getting delayed, but false that 40-mile column is like the opportunity because soon it's going to spread out everywhere. That's when it's dangerous because then you don't know where everything is. You know where everything is. Use that to your advantage. There's the equipment. Go after it. Or it goes after you. Anytime they do that. So all these tribes pushing in, you got to use that opportunity because once it's where it can be used effectively, it's dangerous. My expectation is Kyiv, if I'm pronouncing correctly. They're gonna come down. They're not gonna be able to fully encircle it, and so my feeling is you're gonna think they're gonna be able to encircle it, but I can always guarantee you they won't. So already have this mindset of it's gonna be porous. Have where you could have men and material and supplies come in and out. And for a couple of days, it's going to seem like it's totally sealed off, and then you're going to realize there's pathways in and out of the city. Almost guarantee a lot of them. So it's not going to be fully encircled or fully cut off. It's only going to be that it's only going to give that a perception. You might be gaslight into that. They just don't have enough. And because as they're coming down, it's already been attacked or whatever, and so they even have less than that 40 miles. And then they're going to need like a certain amount of force to punch through it or whatever. So that's going to be there, further restricting the ability to cut off Kyiv, and a lot of the other cities, whatever. So they're surrounded, but they're not totally surrounded. It's very porous. So we don't want to get into like there's nothing in and out. And so you got to choose what do you want to send in, what do you have like a priority list. What is the most effective for the city, food, water, that kind of thing. What specific ammo. So you got to make sure that you have this kind of like rationing, prioritizing tunnels or whatever streets be able to go in and out of the city. And constantly just keep feeding in material that you can. So there's just no way they can cut off the city. They don't have enough. But beating a 40-mile column, and there's no way. If I was in the city, I don't think I could think like this. I'll be overwhelmed. Psychologically, the death, the human, everything. It would just even now, if I think about it and I'm not, and I try to like think too deeply into it, it affects my thought, you know. So, but historically, you do see these patterns already emerging. You could speak to other like military historians, tacticians. They also, I mean, that could build on what I'm saying to definitely higher levels and everything. But this is all done without armored vehicles. I mean, by and large, you know, without force, too much force on force, you know. So using what you have effectively, you know, because they're spreading out where it does the most. Wait until they have large amount of armored vehicles and military equipment. With the little bit they got, they're doing a lot. You know what I'm saying? So wait till it is more, you know, where they get fully supplied. So early on. I'm just thinking where. Okay, so Kharkov fell, and they're on this next town. I guess they're going to try to push up that river right here. I guess my thinking is going after the major population centers first. Obviously, you take out the big things first, and then you go after the small ones. So that's where they're going for the big targets. So if you get them to capitulate, destroy them, then the rest is easy. So you would do much damage in the cities as possible while we're maintaining a fighting force. How that actually is, I'm not sure. But you do whatever you can in the cities and just keep hammering them, making them pay heavily as much as possible. Knowing the city's never going to be fully taken, make sure that um, it's always that's where the heaviest thing could be applied. You know what I'm saying? So they're never fully. I don't think they could really fully take any city. I think they could take significant parts of any city, okay, but I don't think they could fully take a lot of these cities. Initially, yeah, but as they get extended out, there's just not enough. You know, because they have to leave a garrison, and then in the next city, they have to leave a town, they have to leave a garrison to hold it. And next, you know what I'm saying? How much at 100, 250,000 at the most? You just don't have enough. How many towns do they have? You know what I'm saying? That's 1,000 towns or whatever. Let's say it's not enough people. You know, there's no way this could work. This is fucking madness, man. They're gonna push in deep, yeah, but it's gonna grind to a halt, and the shoe's gonna drop Putin, man. That's that sledgehammer, that sickle. that hammer, it's just gonna drop, you know. Say, oh yeah, I'm cutting shit apart. Look, you know, fucking little sadist or whatever, and then he's gonna get hit over the head with that fucking hammer. Man. I'm telling you. But yeah, make sure the time they're buying is used effectively, and whatever that is, I don't need to know, but figure out getting them air power because it's really you say, oh, we won't give them planes and everything else like that, but taking down planes, so whatever you put up, I think will do a lot. I mean, that should be like once Huon plays his card, his last card, undeniably his last card, military, starts flooding across the border. That's when you put up. That's when the Air Force goes up. You know, this obliterates it. You know, you hold it back. You hold it back. That is your King's Guard. That is your elite force. That is your cavalry. That is your reserve force that you play into the last part of the battle. You gotta have that. You know, so you wait till he commits, and boom, you unleash hell. You know, and then your combat vehicles and combined arm teams tactics go out and do their thing. But it's pretty much how I think right now things are gonna play out. Moldavia has to get involved, take over Transnistria. That enclave needs to down here needs to move into Odessa, defend it, or else they're going to be quickly moved upon. And yeah, see, take as much responsibility off the Ukrainians as possible, and then we advocate for whatever they need. You know, everyone, food and water, very priority. Stack that up into staging areas. You need to have rally points where, if they get defeated in one area, you know, maybe this is a rally point. Hold up, let me move this. Oh shit. You know, this could be like a rally point over here. I'm just giving like examples. They're randomly placed. I'm saying you set up where if they get defeated, they know where to go. And then someone's like being coordinated with them, you know what I'm talking about? So they get attacked back. So it's an organized retreat. That's the a specific location is not important. What is important is that it's an organized falling back, being able to fight again. That's the point. So it's in. I'm not gonna choose some arbitrary position on the map, but you want to have that organized retreat where they know where to go, who to talk to, where to get resupplied, and that's constantly happening. You know, that's what you want to have happen. You want to have every town have that ability, so they come into town, but like, oh, I need some water, I need some food, give me some ammo. Damn, my gun broke down, whatever it is, and they're ready to go back out. You know what I'm saying? So every town is like a rally point, really. You know what I'm saying? They have the equipment to put them back. You know, so they're back in the real. Fuck, you know what I'm saying? Here we go. Now we can hit them more, retreat. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of mentality. But that thing, like, so even if these and to be actually safest to have these things outside the country over here, so they could rest, re-equip, come back in. But you know, Poland, Romania, have to be okay with that. You know, those surrounding countries. And see how that goes. So. You just don't want people to fall back and then cause other people to fall back and cause other people to fall back. But like, okay, we hit them hard and let's go back at it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we're giving up some ground. Let's hit them again. Okay, we're giving up some ground. Let's hit them again. You know, hit that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they're going to try. They're trying to cause mass panic and just cause flood people. And those flood people force other people back. And so you want to prevent that as much as possible. And the only way to do that is having nonstop vehicles and trains or whatever else keep circling supplies back and forth. You know, I'm talking about like, you know, more than they could do. So, and so gas has to be also basically stocked up over here. So gas, food, and water is the big things besides ammunition. So you never want to stop that. You know, this war of movement. You want to be more mobile than they are. And slow down their movement. Make them fucking walk. Alright. So, like I said, these 3 lines, and I want, you know, hopefully to be able to be trained and relief force be hopefully be organized going to Kyiv. So, I don't think it's. I think parts of it's going to fall, but I don't think it's going to be totally taken. That is my thinking. I'm always positive of it. I mean, I start pulling off people in this region right here now to volunteer to relieve Kyiv. Because if you know where the bulk of the equipment is, you need to go after that bulk of equipment. Stop it before it comes to that region of Ukraine. Stop where you know where it is before it gets slowly pound forward or whatever. So you keep that destruction we're as far away from you as possible where you know where that equipment is, you know. You hold them in place and you destroy it. So unfortunately, holding them in place is key. And you gotta destroy that equipment there. They said 75%. That's just a number. I don't know how true or accurate it is. But if you could annihilate that, you take a bulk of this invasion out. You remove it completely. And so you could need to make the sacrifice now, and organize it now, coordinate now how to best go do and destroy that equipment. And that holding in place is the siege of Kyiv. And it's going to be at great cost to hold them. All right. I'm good because I know what that means about this hero, whatever, because, you know, asking people to, you know, give their lives, but destroy that equipment. You know where the bulk of it is. Any way possible, safest way possible. I'm out. Good luck. Glory to Ukraine.